Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get started. This is our Tuesday, April 23rd, 2019 council session. And this morning we're going to begin with a couple of reflections. First, let me just remind us all that on Easter Sunday, several coordinated suicide bombings on 3 churches, 4 hotels, and other sites in Sri Lanka killed over 320 people and wounded hundreds of one of the holiest of Christian days. We condemn such despicable acts of violence. These massacres are becoming a tragic reality in our world as hate-filled rhetoric and religious intolerance fill our airwaves. Today we mourn the loss of innocent lives. We stand with our Christian brothers and sisters and all Sri Lankans, and we pray for the safety and security of people of all faiths. In this horrific tragedy, let us pray that we will all have the courage to show compassion and understanding by example and leadership. I would like to offer a moment of silence for the fallen in Sri Lanka, and this moment of silence will be then followed by a reflection from one of our students, Russell Corbin, from Richard Montgomery High School, as we do on every Tuesday. Please stand if you're able. Mr. Russell Corbin, is he here?
Everyone, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak to you today. Global warming is bad, really, really bad. I would go so far as to say that it threatens the stability of life on Earth. Honestly, I wish I could live a convenient, consumption-based lifestyle, and I wish I could drive a fun stick-shift car, and I wish that I didn't have to spend so much time fighting for a cause that should be so universally supported. But tragically, my desires cannot be fulfilled. My name is Russell Corbin. I'm a senior at Richard Montgomery High School and the Environmental Affairs Coordinator for Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association. And I'm here today to friendly remind you of the gravity of our climate crisis. It has been scientifically shown that if we continue running our societies the way we have since the start of the Industrial Revolution, within the matter of only a decade, the effects of global warming will be irreversible. So I challenge you today to take action, to change our systems, and bring them up to the standards of a sustainable 21st century world. And I don't mean recycling or turning off the water and brushing your teeth, which granted are also important, but rather tackle the 3 greatest contributors to climate change: energy production, agriculture, and transportation. If you aren't quite convinced yet by the rather dark picture I've illustrated of our future world, head down to the National Gallery of Art and check out Cropsey's painting, Autumn on the Hudson River. And you will understand why my words and demands are so strong. I, along with all the young folks of my generation, wish that by the time we grow old, that stunning Hudson River landscape will still exist in real life, not only in a beautiful painting. Now, as leaders of our community, I ask you to work hard towards fulfilling our wish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Corbin. Okay, so we're going to now move on to a presentation. First, it's a proclamation recognizing National Arab American Heritage Month by myself and County Executive Mark Elridge. Let's balance the photo. Some people view these proclamations as symbolic celebrations, and I gotta tell you that for me, I really do value the opportunity to recognize this month in particular as a testament to Montgomery County's effort to be inclusive of all of our residents of different cultures, ethnicities, and faith traditions. April is a very busy month for the council, so I'm happy to be able to have this commemoration here at the council chamber so we can take part in one of the many celebrations in April. One of them is Arab American Heritage Month. This month's recognition of Arab American Heritage Month actually marks a milestone. Former County Executive Doug Duncan first declared April as Arab American Heritage Month back in 1999. So this marks the 20th anniversary of this declaration. I want to thank Samira Hussein for all her work to help organize this commemoration, as well as a breakfast that we had this morning that was really, really wonderful and yummy. But really, truly, for all that she has done here in Montgomery County, for all of our residents. She continues to exemplify a part of this extraordinary mosaic that is Montgomery County, and how really lucky I think we all every day are to live in a place that values and recognizes and celebrates our differences as well as our similarities. Let me call up County Executive Elridge, who also had an extraordinary celebration, to make a few remarks. We will read the proclamation and then pass it on to Samira to make some remarks as well.
So, I think there was a time when doing these kinds of celebrations was nice and welcoming and affirming. We're at a time in our history where it's more than just a nicety, it's a necessity. And I think, Nancy kind of said it right about this being a welcoming and diverse county and the efforts that have been made from Duncan and, I'd say particularly under Leggett to make sure that we had a legacy and a set of actions and policies that reinforced our belief that we needed to be inclusive to everybody who lives here, that everybody who's here needs to be able to find a place, and that we acknowledge everybody else's past as part of this diverse mosaic that makes up Montgomery County, makes up America. So I'm really happy to be standing here as well, and thank you for putting forward this proclamation, and thank all of you for the work you do to make Montgomery County the kind of place where I think all of us feel comfortable living. And I guess that's our job, is to make sure that wherever you come from and whatever you believe, that you continue to find this place, your home, to be a welcoming and comfortable place to be.
All right. So we have a proclamation, and it reads, whereas Montgomery County is a welcoming community that is strengthened by the richness of skills, values, and knowledge that lies in its multicultural community, and whereas National Arab American Heritage Month is observed throughout the United States each April, and whereas for more than a century, Arab Americans have been making valuable contributions to virtually every aspect of American society, including medicine, law, business, technology, government, and culture. And, Mark, you want to?
Which one? Right there. And whereas since migrating to the United States, men and women of Arab descent have shared their rich culture and traditions with neighbors and friends, and whereas they brought with them to the United States their resilient family values, strong work ethic, dedication to education and diversity, and faith and creed that has added strength to our nation, and whereas the Arab American community joins all American citizens in the desire to see a peaceful and diverse society where every individual is treated equally and feels safe, now therefore do we, Mark Elrich as County Executive, Nancy Navarro as Council President, do hereby proclaim April 2018 as National Arab American Heritage Month in Montgomery County. We encourage our residents to join us in recognizing the contributions of the Arab American community and to take part in the celebrations.
All right. Samira Hussein, if you could make some remarks as well as just introduce everybody that is here with us this morning.
Thank you. This is Mr. Mohammed Dalbah. Mr. Mohammed Dalbah, Casey Kisman, Sahar Fahmy, May Shreem, our County Executive Mark Elrich, Dr. Imaduddin Ahmed, and Ms. Nuha Khalaf. Okay, I'd like to start with having our condolences to those who lost their lives and to their families. It's despicable what other people, sick people, can do. There's no excuse, there's no reason for anybody to hurt another human being. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you. Arab Americans in Montgomery County are the proud founders of the Arab American Heritage Month, the first and the only in the nation since 1998. My name is Samira Hussein. On behalf of the Arab American community, I would like to thank our county executive, Mr. Mark Elridge, our council president, Ms. Nancy Navarro, our vice president, Mr. Sidney Katz, who was also my former mayor for so many years, and all the council members and staff. I'd also to say thank you for your continued ways to promote respect and tolerance among our diverse community. Thank you for your efforts to be inclusive and to acknowledgement of the value of the community as overall. We all know there's still much needed work to be done. There are threats to the long life fought efforts that many people in this room that have done to make Montgomery County one of the best welcoming and safest place to live. We need to ensure residents' self-confidence are not eroded by the Islamophobia that is happening around the country. We need to ensure the environment we live in is safe and supportive. We need to ensure that our representatives are well informed and our community members are involved. I would like to end by a couple of quotes from the Arab American poet Khalil Gibran. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And this is the famous quote that's used by Irish President John F. Kennedy, and that inspired entire generations. We Arab Americans are proud of our heritage and proud to be Americans. It is this pride that keeps us all asking, what can I do? What can we do for our country? Be proud of being an American, but also be proud of our fathers and mothers who came from a land upon which Almighty laid his gracious hand and raised his messengers. Thank you once again.
I'd like to ask my colleagues to come down so we can take a photo as a group. Okay. So we will continue with the proclamation recognizing Autism Awareness Month by Councilmember Rice, Council Vice President Katz, and Councilmember Albornoz.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President, and I'd like for all of our folks who are here with our Autism Awareness Month to please come down. Extraordinary Minds, CSAC, we've got Achieving True Self, Keen, Madison House Autism Foundation, JESSA, our Children Achieving Maximum Potential, our Up-County Community Resources, and our Health and Human Services Department, as well as Montgomery County Public Schools. We've got a whole bunch of folks that are here. So folks, come on down. Come on down. Let me just first start off by saying how proud I am of Montgomery County. Montgomery County is a great place that truly talks about diversity, but also backs it up in terms of its support and what it needs to do to ensure that all of our folks, regardless of their differing levels of abilities, are included in the fabric of Montgomery County. One of the nice things about April and recognizing National Autism Awareness Month is that we get to talk about the great ideas of inclusion as we start this brand new season of spring. And we talk about rebirth and seeing things that are growing and developing. And it's a great way to think of what continues to happen when we support our individuals with differing abilities and how they can continue to grow and flourish and prosper. All they need is just a little helping hand from us in the community. And that goes everywhere from our nonprofits who do the work each and every day to our partners in government who do the work each and every day, to you as members of the community, because you play a part in this as well, ensuring that folks don't feel discriminated, that folks have a helping hand when they need it, and that folks have the ability to live their life just like you want to be able to have a place to live, a job so that they can provide for themselves, and someone to love. Everybody wants that. There's no one who doesn't want that ultimate goal, regardless of what their abilities may be. And so it's great to see that we're focusing on that and having great organizations like that here in Montgomery County. In fact, it's pretty interesting. It's a little known fact, but actually in Montgomery County, our own police department actually has an office that's devoted just to ensuring that we can make sure that our folks with autism, that we're learning about them, and that we're making sure that our police, in terms of their interactions, can actually make those positive interactions. And we've got an autism ambassador, Jake Edwards, who's behind me, who's a great friend, who does a great job of talking about that as well. It's just a phenomenal thing here, you know, and it's a model for the rest of the United States. And so I really hope that folks see what we do here and how we treat everyone and make sure that that happens for everybody involved. That's right, Jake. Give a wave. Beautiful. So again, I also just want to highlight, because it really is important. And so for those of you who are in the employment sector, please make sure that you open your doors to people with differing abilities. You know, I want to highlight places like Sunflower Bakery and That's a Wrap Deli and Red Wiggler Farm, who are stalwarts in terms of employment, but there's so many out there who are doing the same thing. Reach out to us and let us know so that we can make sure that we're connecting you with other advocates in the community so that we can get folks employed. These opportunities are so important because they matter so much, not only when it comes to, you know, how you feel when you go to your job and you feel valued. We don't want to deny that for anybody in our community. So I'm sorry, I spoke a lot about this. I'm going to turn to my colleagues, both Councilmember Albornoz and Vice President Katz, to say a few words, and then we'll read the proclamation. But just want to say thank you to our community for stepping up and doing the right thing, for treating everybody with dignity and respect.
Well, thank you very much, Councilmember Rice. You know, when you follow Craig, he many times says it all, and he did. He said, for a lot of reasons, I guess. Yeah, you did, in all fairness. But he truly did say it all. But, you know, autism touches all of us, whether it's directly in your family, where there's someone who's a neighbor, there's someone who's a relative, somewhere. It touches all of us. And in 2018, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention determined that approximately 1 in 59 children is diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder. 1 in 59. And each year, 50,000 children with autism become adults with autism. It's important to serve and support individuals with autism and their families across the lifespan, as Craig mentioned. But, you know, when he also mentioned about our police department, we made national news. You can go and see it on YouTube. I think it was a morning news show that actually showed our ambassador and actually showed our police department and how we have helped to change how the police are dealing with people with autism across America. And we should have, and we need to do that. And so we're all very, very proud of our police for many reasons, but especially for that one. And I'm uplifted to see so many incredible groups with us here today. We stand shoulder to shoulder to make certain that every person who is living in Montgomery County gets the services they need. And we also realize that you can't exist in a silo, that you have to make certain that you have to work in collaboration in order to get all of this done. And that's what we're showing here today. Congratulations to all the people who are working with us.
All right. Well, good morning, good people. What a highlight of the day. It is such an honor to be among such leaders in our community. What you guys do as community-based organizations, as advocates, is truly making a difference. And we stand with you as partners and allies to ensure that Montgomery County become a completely sensory-friendly community. We have to ensure that we work with our medical providers to have earlier diagnosis of autism so that we can provide more support services earlier and a holistic approach to address this really critically important issue. And it will take all of us working collaboratively together, but I'm confident with organizations like this and with the incredible families that we have here in our county and the wonderful partnership of our government and our elected officials and our private sector as well, that we can be a model for the rest of the country. So it's such an honor and privilege to be with all of you today, and let's get to the proclamation.
All right, so we're going to rotate through this. Whereas autism spectrum disorder, also known as ASD, is a developmental disorder typically identified in early childhood and can affect an individual's social, emotional, gross motor, and communication skills as reflected in the way they interact, behave, and learn,
And whereas the Centers for Disease Control estimates that 1 in 59 children are diagnosed with ASD, Montgomery County Public Schools reports that nearly 1 in 10 MCPS students enrolled in special education programs are on the autism spectrum, which is about 2,728 students and is a 5-fold increase over 10 years. And
whereas early and continued intervention is imperative in addressing the complex challenges of individuals with ASD, including issues with sensory and language skills, chronic and mental health, and physical harm, so children with ASD can grow into adults with a strong potential to achieve their desired goals in core aspects of life, such as education, employment, and a stable home life, and
without the sustained, valiant, and innovative efforts of organizations and agencies like the ones behind us in Montgomery County, individuals with ASD of all ages and their families would not receive the necessary medical, financial, and emotional resources, support, and opportunities they need for a higher quality of life.
And whereas in Montgomery County, individuals with ASD actively participate in every aspect of our county, our schools, services, communities, and workforce, helping our community thrive as a wonderful place to live, work, and play. And
whereas we should all pursue the mission of Autism Awareness Month and advocate for and support those impacted by ASD and encourage acceptance for those with differing abilities. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, hereby proclaims April 2019 as Autism Awareness Month, and it's signed today by County Council Member Craig Rice and County Council President Nancy Navarro. Congratulations.
So we have copies of the proclamation for all of our autism partners. This really is a truly collaborative effort, and one in which we start from the very beginning, from our little children, and have progressed all the way up to making sure that our adults with autism are still not forgotten. And all of those steps through, all of these organizations, including our county organizations, our police department, our health and human services, are doing everything they need to make sure that folks with autism and other intellectual disabilities are supported. I can't say enough how special it is to live here in Montgomery County. Thank you to all of you for all of your great work. All right, we're going to take a picture.
It's awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. So now we're on to general business. Are there any announcements, Ms. Marcy?
Yes, good morning. The County Council has received additional amendments to the FY20 operating and capital budgets and amendments to the FY19 through 24 capital improvements program. Those were received from the County Executive on April 11th. A public hearing on these amendments has been scheduled for May 7th at 1:30. The amendments are available on the Council's website. The Council did not receive any petitions this week.
Excellent. All right, so the minutes of April 2nd, 2019 have been distributed to all council members. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, those are approved. Now we're on to item 3. Is there a motion for the consent, to approve the consent calendar? It's moved by Councilmember Rice and second by Councilmember Reamer. Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. I may have beaten Councilmember Rice to the punch, but we have a very challenging issue ahead of us, which is the housing moratorium. And for many years, the county has had a policy that when school capacity in the high schools exceeds 120%, that new housing can no longer go forward. And we're working really hard on solutions. And I think through this budget and the Education Committee's deliberations, we'll be able to resolve some portion of that. But we're not going to, we haven't yet identified a full solution or solutions for all the schools. So Councilmember Rice has introduced, and I've co-sponsored an initiative that is a fairly targeted one, intended to really facilitate a very significant public, sort of an enhanced public need for affordable housing and the redevelopment of a blighted building. But I don't think it should, you know, we've got a big challenge to wrestle with. Hopefully we can identify additional solutions in the next, in the near future, but I just wanted to call my colleagues' attention to that.
Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Councilmember Reamer, for your support and co-sponsorship of this important initiative. we've seen in a lot of our communities throughout Montgomery County blighted and condemned properties, and we know what those mean. We know what they mean for property values. We know what they mean for potential for additional crime, unfortunately. We know what it means when it comes to a lack of opportunity. And so by ensuring that some of these blighted and condemned properties in our community can actually be redeveloped, but also ensure that whatever is redeveloped goes back to our neighborhoods and make sure that we have spaces that are available for people to be able to afford to live is also incredibly important. And so this resolution serves both of those purposes, to make sure that we're thinking about not only getting rid of some of those challenged areas in our community, but also turning them into something that's going to be positive for our constituency. And so I'm really excited about how we continue to think about these kinds of things and ensuring that we're achieving the overall mission, which is to make our community an ever-increasing better place for all folks. So thank you very much, Madam President.
Councilmember Hucker.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say how much I appreciate the county executive sending over the supplemental funds for resurfacing of residential and rural roads. If this, for my colleagues for whom this is the first budget that they had to pay attention to in excruciating detail, during the recession, the council really zeroed out this budget, and our aging neighborhoods really have suffered. And year after year over the last 4 years, the T&E committee and then the full council not only accepted the county executive's budget request in this area, but added additional funds, in many cases twice a year, to act on the backlog of street repaving that built up over the many years that we didn't really do any street repaving. We still have quite a backlog. And I'm going to make sure our committee is focused on doing everything we can to address that. And but our options are always limited by what the executive sends over. And so it's great that the executive found some extra money to address this, because if you're like me, you hear from constituents all the time about neighborhoods that need to be repaved. So anyway, thanks very much, and I'm looking forward to supporting that.
Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that on the street repaving as another person who has the honor and privilege of representing some of the greatest communities in our county, but some of the oldest neighborhoods in our county that really have significant infrastructure challenges. I think that street resurfacing is one of those core local government issues. We focus on a lot of things that get the headlines, but in terms of the things that actually impact people's lives on a daily basis and really demonstrate that we're doing the work that they elected us to do, I think this is a good example of it. And I think our colleagues who are returning from previous councils deserve a lot of credit. My understanding of this is we need about $30 million a year to keep up with our needs. During the depths of the recession, only about $5 million has been in the proposed budgets. The previous council had consistently put in additional funds, as Councilmember Hucker had pointed out, to get it closer to $10 million, but we're still nowhere near where we need to be to keep up with the infrastructure challenges. And so this is a step in the right direction. I'm hopeful that it continues, and I just wanted to appreciate our colleagues who have really made this a focus of one of those core bread and butter, local government issues that really affect people's quality of life. So thank you.
Well, as a person that was here during the recession, I can say that there was a lot that had to be done to address this cliff that we were facing, and unfortunately, this was one of them. We have worked so hard to keep up, and I have to say that in terms of headlines, it seems like many of our constituents constantly use this as a headline, so I am really thrilled that we are considering also addressing some of this, because there is no doubt that many of our neighborhood streets and even a lot of our main streets are in great disrepair and really need that attention. So we will continue to pay attention to this and move it forward. All right, so with that, all in favor of approving the consent calendar, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. That is unanimous. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're now on to item 4, and this is district council session. And we have action on the Veers Mill Master Plan. It's my understanding that in order for us to do this, we need a motion and a second, correct? So moved by Councilmember Member Reamer, who's the chair of the Fed Committee, and was seconded by Councilmember Rice. So now we can engage in a conversation regarding the adoption of this plan. I will first turn it over to Councilmember Reamer, given that he is the chair of Fed, and then we'll go down through the lights that are right now on my console. Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you, Council President Navarro. It has been a pleasure to work with you on this plan and all of the council. This is the resolution to adopt the master plan vision that we have worked through, and typically the purpose of the resolution is to just ensure that the language that we're voting on is what we discussed in our vote in our previous straw vote work session. And we held that session, I think, 3 weeks ago. And so today's resolution is to just confirm that what we're putting down on paper and voting on is consistent with that, and any issues that may have been identified are resolved. We don't need to revisit the plan, I think, in any substantive way, but I'll just say I thought it was a very, very progressive and visionary plan. We outlined it as a no net loss of affordable housing plan. It even went further. It's really, our council staff analysis demonstrates it's a net gain of affordable housing. And we accomplished that through some very bold and visionary approaches to redevelopment of housing and higher requirements and for affordable housing. We also have a transformational vision for transportation in the corridor and moving that highway infrastructure towards a more walkable, bikeable, public transportation-oriented corridor where safety is the priority, and everybody hopefully can use the transportation corridor in harmony. There have been a few issues raised and identified. I just wanted to make a note. I've been working with council staff and with planning staff, and Pam is here, and we have talked about the question, and I know that Councilmember Friedson has some additional items. Councilmember Jawando has raised a concern regarding the Halpine view. The language of the existing resolution before us says that the council recommends the return of the Aspen Hill Road extension to the Halpine View LLC. Based on some concerns we've been discussing, we think it would be advisable to switch 2 words there to say, rather than recommends, to say supports, and rather than LLC to say property, and that will allow for some flexibility in how this moves through the planning board process. I wanted to, we could go to the page. Why don't we go to the page for that? Pam, where do we go to that?
If you're looking in the resolution, is that where you're looking, or do you want the plan page?
The resolution.
Yeah, it's on lines 365.
Page
I don't have page numbers,
9,
sorry.
line 365. Very good. So rather than the word recommends there, this would have the word supports.
Supports, and then would add the word return. So supports the return in place of recommends that.
Right. And then
And
rather,
then further down where it says to be returned to Halpine View LLC, that's replaced with be returned gets removed there because you've added it at the top, and then it's to the Halpine View property. It would then,
so
that's it.
that addresses a concern that has been raised and allows for some flexibility in how this issue will proceed. So I'd like to put that on the table as the first issue, and thank you, Councilmember Craig Rice, for moving that. And I'd ask for a second. Mr. Friedson, Mr. Katz signing in as a third.
Okay, so we have a motion and that's been seconded. So let's go through the lights for the conversation regarding that motion or anything else, and we'll take it in order, obviously, but we do have a motion at the table. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Council President. So this overall, just on the plan, very excited that we've gotten through, and personally excited, gotten through my first master plan on the Fed committee, and one that highlighted and focused in a really intentional way on Vision Zero, and it's going to increase pedestrian safety. It's going to make sure that, to the extent possible, we integrate this community in a way that people can get around, but also maximize transit and pedestrians and bikes. And so very happy to work with my colleagues on that, and looking forward to approving the plan today. I also have a proposed amendment to this Halpine View language, which has been passed out to my colleagues. I'd spoken about this before, and I may turn to some of our planning staff here in a second. The issue has been raised that whether it's the appropriate or legal to put into a master plan direction of the disposition of a property. I've spoken with our county attorney, I've spoken with others on our staff, and I think the way this language is written puts us in legal jeopardy and opens the door for a suit down the line. And so my amendment, or I guess I can put it as a proposed amendment to Councilmember Reamer's motion, which is passed in front of you, would remove the reference to any particular owner or property or private entity, and just say, consistent with the previous master plans, the Veers Mill Corridor Master Plan supports the disposition of the Aspen Hill Road extension to further facilitate redevelopment of affordable housing at neighboring properties. That would allow for anything that has been discussed by either me or any of my colleagues, would not restrict that, but it would also, I think, be a more proper and legal, potentially, way to put this into the master plan. And I would like to ask, I see Mr. Assant, but I'd like to ask Gwen Wright, our Director of Planning, to just comment on the appropriateness of this type of language and what you think would be advisable, please.
I've had, when this was discussed by the Fed committee, I did mention that there's always a concern that when we get really super specific in a master plan, that when we then start reviewing the regulatory case, whether it's 1 year later or 20 years later, it ends up putting us in a bit of a bind, because we have regulations that require us to find master plan conformance. And so although we absolutely, I think, all hope that the developments that we've talked about will happen in the near term, there's a chance that for whatever reason they may happen 10 years from now or longer. And I just was concerned to make sure that we have enough flexibility when that project actually comes forward to find master plan conformance. As an example that I've used, years ago we did a master plan in a different part of the county that described in explicit detail a redevelopment of a shopping center, and it said, you shall have 44 townhouses here, and you shall have, X number of square feet of retail here, and it clearly was something that was discussed at the time the master plan was approved, but that project never moved forward. And we're now literally 20 years later looking at that shopping center, and we're trying to review a regulatory case and make decisions about master plan conformance with this very, very detailed language and detailed drawings in a master plan, and we're having a really tough time. We're sort of having to, bend ourselves in pretzels. And so my only comment is that I think it's important to understand that master plan language needs to have some flexibility so that whether the project happens in the short term or in the long term, we are able to find master plan conformance. I think council staff, Ms. Dunn has, looked at changing the word from recommend to support
And that helps a lot, because when it's a master plan recommendation, then we really have to take it very seriously during the regulatory process and really find master plan conformance. So I think that certainly helps. But my only plea to you all is to make sure the master plan language gives us enough flexibility.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Wright. And that's one part of the side of the coin, is the flexibility that the planning department needs when there's a regulatory case. The other is this legal issue that it seems that the district council could be interpreted as putting into a master plan a requirement upon the disposition of a property, which, so I don't know if others on our, if Jeff, you want to speak to this at all?
Sure. Certainly, the master plan isn't self-implemented. This is not like the king and I, where the king says, "So shall it be written, so shall it be done." This is far from that. The only operating language that you have is to the extent that in code you make it a force of law. You've done that a couple of times. You say that preliminary plans and site plans should substantially conform to a master plan. It doesn't say every line, everywhere, every place. And the mission for park and planning is to make sure the property in front of it substantially conforms. That doesn't mean that property not in front of it substantially conforms. It is that property in its place. So disposition is an executive authority. The executive must start that process. It is guidance in your master plan on what you want that to be, particularly in this case because it was road right-of-way that you don't want to be road. You certainly should have something to say about it, and you have. So being that it's non-directive and a discretionary act, and you don't really know who the property owner is going to be, it's a good thing not to call out the property owner by name. That's a fine
As
thing.
my amendment does. Thank you.
And as the amendment that Councilmember Wright just passed, I think certainly, sorry, Councilmember Reamer. It was an
Didn't pass yet.
Well, as amended, I think that will solve any possible legal problems.
But it does, well, I appreciate that, Jeff, but my understanding, so Councilmember Reamer's amendment does mention the property.
It says whoever the property owner is. It doesn't mention.
No, it says, or unless I'm looking at the wrong thing, I thought it says
To
Halpine.
the, let's see. It's the Halpine View property, whoever owns it. So it's not the owner, it's talking about a property.
Okay. Well, obviously, you know, when we initially discussed this in council, I had talked about the hope that we could stick closer to the original language, in that other potential entities, HOC, whomever, could maximize more affordability. And I'm happy that HOC is working with the property owners to figure out what they do next, and some, you know, no matter what goes forward. But I think it's cleaner to not name the property, so I appreciate that. And I also think we want to signal that we want the redevelopment of, and the adjoining properties to be working together as to the extent possible for the maximization of affordable housing. The last thing, obviously, that you mentioned, I think is important for my colleagues, is that obviously the disposition process, the executive initiates. We on the council have to make the declaration of no further need, and so everyone is involved, but it is important to recognize that the executive initiates. So we certainly wouldn't want to make, but your point was well taken, Jeff, that we wouldn't want to make something contingent upon an action that we don't control, but we can certainly make our intentions known. So I appreciate that, and so I don't know the parliamentary procedure on it, but my amendments before, it might not be accepted by Councilmember Reamer.
Is there a second regarding the amendment to the current amendment that's proposed? There isn't, so that would be the procedure. So I do have some other lights. Councilwoman Rice.
So just very quickly, because I do just want to make sure, and any of my staff can answer this question. Does the current language from the Rice-Reamer amendment, I'll make sure it's on the record. It's
Double
the Rice
R.
amendment. Rice moved it, but so does this language preclude any of the things that Councilmember Jawando talked about from happening?
I mean, Councilmember Gerwando should speak for himself, but I don't see that.
From a legal perspective, I mean, does it?
I don't see that any combination of property is precluded. It just says that we want to make sure the abandoned property or the excess right-of-way is used appropriately for affordable housing.
And I think that that's good to say. Again, planning board always has, and we work well with our planning department in terms of always putting forth what the council would like to see. Planning board then comes back to us all the time with recommendations and suggestions about what they think makes the most sense. And so this gives guiding language, but still flexibility because it says what we support. Doesn't say what we require, doesn't say what we want. And so, Director Wright, what you had said before, which I think is incredibly important, is that you appreciate the fact of changing from the language to supports, because that's very loose. And in all my experience in Annapolis and here, supports is not binding language. And so from that perspective, I think we're safe. So I'll just leave it there.
Councilmember Katz?
Thank you very much, Madam President. I am supportive of the suggestion from the R&R team that you can figure out who's first and who's second, like some kind of comedy skit up here. But this piece of property, the whole thing for where the Aspen Hill road extension is troubling to me, because every place else that I've ever heard of, and I think our staff is certainly aware of this as well, when someone gives, this piece of property was given for free to the county. Any place else that's given for free to the county, it reverts back to the person that gave it, to the property owner that gave it, if there's an abandonment, if they no longer need the road or for whatever that piece of property was given. In this case, for some odd reason, 30-some years ago, it was given to the county, and the county deeded it so that the county, it's fee simple, right?
The private property owner deeded it to
the private property owner deeded it, and so, but it's under the county ownership. And so the fact that this would be abandoned, it does not automatically go back to the property owner that would have given it. And that bothers me. I mean, maybe 30 years ago they should have checked with Jeff way back then to figure out what happened with it. But the bottom line is, to me, what is being suggested by this amendment, by the Rice and Reamer, or Reamer and Rice amendment, is the correct way to do this.
Okay, so I would just express appreciation both to Councilmember Jawando and Reamer, because I think that these two particular amendments do follow the conversations that we had, and we wanted to clarify this whole issue of disposition and what should we include in the master plan. I'm going to support what our staff has drafted. I think that it does provide that flexibility, and it recognizes that we are not the ones who can, initiate disposition, et cetera, but that we have a goal in mind, and hopefully this will be clear enough. So with that, we have the RR amendment that has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of supporting this amendment, please raise your hand. Okay, that would be Councilmember unanimous. All right, great. Anything else? Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Council President. And I just first, before getting back into the weeds with a couple clerical amendments that I think just reflect the conversation that we had in committee and at full council, I did want to take a step back on the plan and also say that R&R, when I say I'm leaving the council for some R&R, it will never mean the same thing ever again. And so I'm going to have to come up with a new term, because when Councilmember Rice and Councilmember Reamer and I get together, we're usually not just resting and relaxing. But I just wanted to thank everybody, the Fed committee and the full council for this plan. I mean, I think it really does balance the social and economic needs of the community and of the county. I think it, really credit to Committee Chair Reamer for shepherding through his first as chair and our first Vision Zero master plan, which I think is a big moment for the county and for this council, a council that, a prior council that had made a commitment to Vision Zero, and this current council that is taking steps to actually fulfilling that vision. And to Pam Dunn and Glenn Orland and Jeff and the staff for really taking this on and really doing a terrific job, and planning staff as well, who really put a tremendous amount of time into this long before we were ever involved. And I think, also a special thanks, a personal thanks to Council President Navarro and Councilmember Albornoz for really pushing this into the community. And I think doing the public hearing that we had in the community was one of the best reflections of how we should be doing land use and how we should be doing our work of really bringing the council to the community and really focusing on that. And, as the council president has said before, and I will reiterate, it should be the rule and not the exception. And I hope that it is the model that we take forward on the Vision Zero piece of this, of really focusing on pedestrian and bike and shared street safety, and not just focusing on how quickly we move, but how safely we interact with each other as we share roads and we share communities. And so I think that is really important. And I think we did something really important here in terms of 1,600, up to 1,600 new regulated units that will stay affordable in perpetuity, with the opportunity for better housing stock in an area that I think has tremendous opportunity for private sector investment. And so I think that the way that we balance this, there were some heated conversations, some in-depth conversations, some passionate conversations, and I think that really is what this should be all about. And it was a great learning experience on a personal level for me in my new role on the Fed committee, and so I'm appreciative of that. With that said, I do have a couple amendments that I will pass out here. These are very clerical in nature, and so I'm hopeful for the support of colleagues. The first one is on page 6 of the draft resolution. This is specifically related to pedestrian safety. I'm proposing to add language, and you'll see, my colleagues will see in yellow, on line 240 and 241, so that it reads, adding the words "and/or consider implementation of no right turn on red restrictions to improve safety for pedestrians and bicyclists crossing the turn lane," specifically related to our interest in reducing the use and hopefully ultimately eliminating channelized right turns, which we know are extremely dangerous and are not in compliance with our efforts for shared streets and for safety of all users. This is a reflection of the fact that we talked about this during the committee, and I just wanted it to be reflected in the final draft, and ensuring that the full conversation that we had, which was in depth on these specific issues, are in the final draft, and making sure that we realize that we can't get to our ultimate goal of the type of road design that we would like everywhere immediately, but we can make incremental changes and move closer to that direction in each intentional decision that we make. So that is the first amendment, and I would move that if there's a second. Okay, and the second amendment is on page 10 and 11, 454 and 455. This is just a change to create new language, to create the largest practicable open spaces totaling a minimum of 4.5 acres combined that may include play structures, shaded seating, and/or flexible areas. This really reflects a conversation that we had, the goal of having the largest possible green space that we can, that is available to the public, and the interest, when practicable and possible, to have the property owners combine parcels if they're able to, understanding that development may happen at different times. The 4.5 acre reference was eliminated in the interest of some of the changes that we made, and I'm hopefully putting it back in to reflect that is our goal, recognizing that an individual property owner isn't going to be putting forward 4.5 acres, and we're not prescribing where and how that would happen, but just that we would like to see a large amount of open space created and combining of parcels where practicable.
Move the language you've presented. This,
I would-
just to be clear, this is what the committee voted on previously.
Correct.
It was our intent that this is what the.
Correct. I just
plan
wanted to
would
reflect what I
say
thought that the committee's consensus was, which I believed was also approved by the full council, and just adding the language in to reflect that. So I would move that if there's a second.
Second.
Oh, I can't. Oh, you moved it. I thought I just moved
Yeah,
it.
sorry. Hans moved it, seconded by Mr. Jawanda.
Thank you.
All right, is there any objection to those technical corrections? Okay, hearing no objections, Councilmember Katz.
Can I ask a question about the number itself, the 4.5 acres? The way it is written now, the 4.5 acres is, as the number is taken out, is that correct? And this puts it back in?
So just to clarify, when we were at the committee, there was discussion about whether it should state 4.5 acres, because 2 of these 3 properties are quite small. They themselves would never provide 4.5 acres. Just to clarify whether it was to get a very large combined open space, or whether that having the 4.5 acres in there, somebody might read that as each property owner must provide 4.5 acres, which could not be the case. I mean, 2 of the property owners are like 2 and 6 acres in size. So there was a committee discussion. There was definitely consensus that they wanted to retain language that definitely gave the impression in the plan that they want to consolidate open space as much as possible or practicable to get a place where the community can gather. Staff did not retain the part about the 4.5 acres when I drafted language for the council's work session. It was in your packet on page 12. And so that moved forward and was put in that fashion into the resolution. But unless planning staff has any issue with the proposed amendment, it just goes back to the planning board draft with a little more specificity than had been followed through.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, any objection to this particular amendment? 2 amendments, okay. Without objection, we're going to incorporate that. I do want to do a time check. We do have an item that we need to get to, so Councilmember Albornoz, if you can.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be very brief. I just want to acknowledge and appreciate Councilmember Friedson bringing up what I think is a best practice moving forward in terms of being able to provide the council going to communities to receive input on master plans. And I really want to acknowledge the council president's leadership and our great council staff who did a fantastic job putting that together. Hearing the gentleman's testimony whose brother had passed away just a few months prior to him giving his testimony was something that will never leave me. And it was the most real and raw moment I've had since serving on this council. And this master plan will undoubtedly save lives, and I really want to commend planning staff for your excellent work in putting it together and working with my colleagues on this important effort. Thanks.
I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge really the hard work of my office staff, who very quickly moved to get a lot of people out, and I'm so happy that this was a team effort that we will continue to replicate, as well as what the planning department has done. Mr. Anderson, if you could give us some just very brief, I'm going to acknowledge you for very brief remarks. We have another item that we need to get to.
Of course. On that note, I just wanted to acknowledge our staff who worked on this plan. Luis Estrada is here, an urban designer. Lisa Gavoni, our crack housing planner. Jessa McVeary, who's been a star on a couple plans already. She's only been with us a short time. And Carrie Sanders, you know, must be good because she used to work in Alexandria. And they've all been fantastic. And so did Jessica.
Thank you.
So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will acknowledge that this has been actually a very pleasant plan. And obviously the leadership of our Fed chair and everybody, Fed committee members and everybody that's worked so hard, I think it's definitely a nice template to follow. So with that, I would like to,
Ms.
I think,
Aurora, I'm
who
sorry.
else? Okay, Dr. O'Rourke.
Very short, a technical amendment. Andrew Bosser from DOT identified a correction just as I sat down. On page 12, lines 519 and 520 in the glossary, for countdown pedestrian signals. It should read devices that communicate information about the number of seconds remaining in the pedestrian don't walk interval. So we need the word don't there. Sorry, I just want to get it on the record.
So it's been moved, I think without is there a second? Second, and without objection, that very important technical correction will be made. Okay, so we have a resolution. It has been amended to adopt the Veris Mail Corridor Master Plan. All those in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Try to look at the clerk to be like, wait, is that a show of hands? Or? Got it. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much for all the work. All right. So, doing a time check, so it's 10:30. So we're going to now take on, this will be a work session, and this is part of our FY20 operating budget. Usually this work session is held at the Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee, which I chair, but given that this is kind of our first budget together, and this is such an important component of our operating budget deliberations, I felt it would be important to have a full council discussion on this issue. I see that we have a lot of company this morning, and I want to thank all of the employees that are here this morning as well. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. This is what makes Montgomery County government such an amazing place, and this is what our constituents expect, is great service, and excellent delivery of services, so we really do appreciate you being here and participating in this conversation as well. So the way that I figure we can go through these items is that, we do have item 5, 6, and 7. I will say from the onset that for item 7, we're not going to take votes today on that. Enough council members have requested that we do this next Tuesday, but we will go into a lot of the different components and also just general issues around this particular item of compensation, issues of sustainability, and also some context that I think it's always important for us to consider. I will also say that, it is important to recognize, and I really do want to thank our team, because this has been an extraordinary team effort this year, and Ms. Michelson has been leading the charge, Mr. Drummer, Mr. Howard, and Trumka. This has been a really great team effort. I have to say that I've been working very closely with all of you to this point, and I think all council members have been briefed, as well as have been providing input and questions, because this is, a very important aspect of our budget. So I want to really thank you for the time that you have taken and the care that you have shown with this packet. I will also say that because this is our first budget together, that it is critical, and I think that it would be irresponsible not to remember and not to reflect on context, because we did have to face a very difficult recession, a global recession here in the county. And this previous council really had to make some very difficult decisions, and these decisions were very much structural in nature. But the idea was to really quickly set the path and correct that path and avoid layoffs. I mean, that was the real number one goal. And so we were able to achieve that. And the thought was, if we do make these structural changes, we should be able to then see ourselves in a position of being able to afford funding our priorities. And mainly we're talking about education, public safety, health and human services, libraries, recreation, all of those extraordinary priorities. I must say that, it's been tough to realize that there have been forces, I think, outside of our own control, mainly some of the decisions that have been made by this new administration at the national level, the tax bills that have been put forth. I think also, quite honestly, our inability to have taken full hold and lead on an aggressive economic development strategy to expand our tax base. I think that we all wanted to be partners with the previous administration in supporting some of those decisions, But the truth is that I think this council, with this new leadership, this new era, is going to have to take ownership of economic development in a much more aggressive way. And I know Councilmember Reamer is chair of Fed, as well as Councilmember Katz, who's been working very hard. I think it's going to take all of us being extraordinarily aggressive. And the good news is that I think all of these council members agree and are willing to do this. And I think we have, contrary to what some people might say, that might take too long, I think we have all the ingredients in place to very quickly start seeing some results. So I believe that when we talk about sustainability, we have to talk about this issue of expanding our tax base. We do need to talk about some restructuring, and that is something that the executive has signaled, so we await some of that as well. But we also need to be cognizant of sustainability. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like things are changing in a way that we can just kind of every year go into this crazy exercise of trying to put pieces together and trying to predict where we can go and where we can take money, from Peter to pay Paul. That has become a real difficult issue. This packet, I think, summarizes in the first 2 pages, page 1 and 2, I asked staff to put those items up front so that as we go through this conversation, we can also zero in on this issue of long-term sustainability work. And these are basically, here we've outlined some areas that the council can work in conjunction with the administration right after budget, because obviously we are not going to be able, we don't have time to do it all right now. But these are issues that we can take up right after budget, because it is important to have some predictability, some clarity, some direction, something that we can all work together, and we will work with our employee unions as well to see how we can set that forward. That is what will get us on a path of sustainability, really. And we all need to do this together. We really, really do. It is not a us versus them. We all have to be accountable to our residents and our constituents, and that's all about the high quality of services that they receive. So if we're not in this together, we all are going to suffer. So that's what's in front of you. We also will have some conversation about the FY19 recommended OPEB savings plan. To be honest, this budget is predicated on this particular item. So hopefully we can engage in a conversation. I'm hopeful that we can take a vote, a straw vote today. If not, we can wait until next Tuesday to do that as well, if there are still remaining questions. With that, I think that we will get into the presentation from our staff. So will it be Mr. Tromkan that will kick us off?
I'll start off.
All right, go right ahead.
Thank you, Council President, for your introduction and also for your direction and guidance through this process. As the Council President mentioned, we're going to start with a very brief summary of our recommendations. Craig, at the end of the presentation, will go into more details. But as we go through this packet today, you're going to learn about the details of the executive's recommended compensation packets, including the negotiated agreements with the 3 bargaining units. And as always, as you do every year, you have the option to approve or reject any or all provisions of those contracts. What staff has spent its time on is looking at the long-term sustainability. So whatever you do with the contracts, we believe that there needs to be some action taken as the council member.
So, Tromka, can you move the microphone so we can hear you better?
Sure. As the council president mentioned, after budget season, to try to address some of these sustainability issues. So we have a list of items on the bottom of page 1 and 2 that we're proposing to the council to accept as a way to move forward to address the issues that the council president mentioned. The first is to formalize a structure of annually reviewing compensation costs, sustainability, and communicating the findings to the executive. This is similar to what Mr. Howard and I did last fall, sort of as a trial run, to indicate what could be the budget room available for compensation changes, not to prejudice or to bias the collective bargaining process and not to get into that level of detail, but to talk about at a very macro level how much dollars would be available given what we know at that time for various compensations changes. The second item on the top of page 2 would be to have the council review all of the context, the legal, regulatory, and policy framework related to compensation to see what changes could or may be relevant to address long-term sustainability. As we have in the past, we believe it would be also appropriate to review the benefit costs across all agencies, and we know that the Education Committee under Mr. Rice has championed that issue, particularly in regards to MCPS. And then finally, a discussion of workforce size. You've heard from the county executive discussion of changing the size of county government and give the council and the executive a chance to have a dialogue on those issues. So again, Craig will detail those in more detail when we get to the end, but those are our summary of our recommendations on pay increases. We'll also have recommendations on group insurance, the OPEB savings plan, and some other compensation issues. So with that, let's jump into the details, because the details are very important.
Before you do that, I just want to welcome OMB Director, Mr. Rich Medellino. I wanted him to be here as well in case there are questions from my colleagues regarding some of the aspects of these particular negotiated agreements and composition issues. Thank you.
Thank you. So as we've discussed before, compensation is the dominant factor in these budgets. 80% of the dollars in the operating budgets of the agencies are for compensation costs. You'll see that on bottom of 2 and top of page 3, there's a table that's showing at the aggregate compensation costs, and that's the cost for both employee and retiree compensation and retirement benefits and group insurance benefits. They're up at aggregate about 2.6% as recommended by and requested by the agencies, but the growth is not uniform. The executive's recommended budget for the county government has a compensation growth recommended of up to 4.8%. In contrast, at the lower end, the college's requested budget includes compensation growth of just 0.2%. And as you'll see as we go through this packet, one of the sustainability issues is how does these compare with the dollars that are coming in to pay for this? And we'll note that the county executive's fiscal plan projects that tax-supported revenues will grow by 2.8% from 19 to 20. So with that, we'll go into the details of the pay adjustments. Many times around this time of year, council members ask for information about what's happening in other jurisdictions by other employees in the public sector. So you'll see attached to on circles 14 to 36 some work that Jean Arthur and Linda DePrice prepared with a really thorough examination of pay raises in other jurisdictions. Some of these are the data that's available. Some of these are approved for FY20. Some of them are recommended for FY20. Some of them are from FY19. It's the latest information we have available. We'll note that probably the largest group of public sector employees who live in Montgomery County are federal employees. For them, for their general adjustment plus increment, and most of them are eligible for locality pay, they will receive, with all those 3 elements combined, a total raise of just shy of 3.8% this year. So going into the county government, we're going to go into the county government in more detail than we do for the other agencies because of your role with the contracts. You'll see that the executive negotiated new 1-year agreements with each of the 3 bargaining units, with McGeo, the FOP, and the IAFF. And again, in Mr. Drummer's packet, we'll be going through the details of that. But I'll turn your attention to the table on the top of page 4, and we'll take these 3 elements one at a time. First, the general wage adjustments. You'll see in the column there. What the executive recommends is 2.4% general wage adjustment for McGeo and for IAFF. Note the effective dates of November later this year. 2% general wage adjustment for non-represented and for the MLS, PLS, that's the Management Leadership Service and the newly approved Police Leadership Service, and no general wage adjustment for the FOP in that contract. What's interesting and noteworthy are 2 things that stand out in the executive's recommended general wage adjustments. First, for those that are recommended for 2.4%, that does break a bit from the practice of the last 3 or 4 years of offering 2% general wage adjustments. The FOP 0 also breaks from that tradition. And also of note is the longstanding practice that had been of providing non-representative non-represented employees the same general wage adjustment as McGeo members, and that's not recommended this year by the executive. For service increments, and this is sort of the step that employees who are not at top of grade get, across all bargaining units and all employee groups, the executive recommends 3.5%. That includes both the represented and the non-represented. We'll note that the non-represented include more than just management positions. Those are also many rank and file positions in the departments that are listed in footnote 3. And then the final element on this in this chart are past year service increments. And again, Mr. Drum will go into more details in his packet, but as you all remember, the council did not fund service increments for any county employees in FY 11, 12, or 13. So the executive's agreements with McGeo includes an additional service increment of 3.5% effective January of 2020 for bargaining units who did not receive members who did not receive an increment in FY11, and the FOP includes this additional service increment of 3.5% effective July 1, 2019 for bargaining unit members who did not receive a service increment in either FY12 or FY13. We'll note that when you look at these all together, most county government employees under the executive's proposal would receive 2 pay increases, and they would combine in the range of 5.5 to 7%. That would exclude employees who are top of grade. There is a cohort, though, of about 1,200 McGeo members who would receive 3 wage adjustments, the general wage adjustment, the service increment, and the past year adjustment from FY11, and those would total in FY11 to 9.4% increase. We also note that there's performance-based pay in executive's budget. That's for MLS and Police Leadership Service, totaling about $1.4 million tax supported. The executive also, on the bottom of page 5, recommends longevity adjustments in 2 ways. One, funding the existing longevity adjustments that have been on the books for a while and creating 2 additional longevity adjustments. The first one for McGeo at 24 years, a 2.5% service increment for correctional officers and deputy sheriffs. That's in addition to the existing adjustment of 3.5% at 20 years, and also a second and earlier longevity adjustment for FOP members at 16 years of 3.5%. And on the top of page 6, you'll see a table that shows all the current and recommended new longevity adjustments. Moving forward on the middle of page 6, the executives for 2 of the contracts also include some one-time lump sum payments. These are one-time payments, so they would not be added to the base. The McGeo agreement includes a lump sum payment of $1,200 for employees, including those at top of grade, who are not eligible for a service increment in FY20, and the FOP agreement includes a one-time lump sum payment of $1,000 for employees who do not receive the past year service increment or an additional longevity increase. We will note that the lump sum in the recommended FOP contract is very similar to a provision in the current year contract, where the current year contract includes a one-time lump sum payment for employees who did not receive a service increment, also in FY12 and 13. There are several miscellaneous provisions that we can get into if there are questions. They're also described in Mr. Drummer's packet. The one of note that has a larger fiscal impact is in the IFF contract, a new pay differential for firefighters with ALS credentials. It's not only changing the dollar amount, but changing the methodology. Before it was a fixed dollar amount, it's moving to percentage of a certain specified grade level. This would affect about 270 eligible firefighters, and for them, in addition to their wage adjustment and increment, depending on where they are in their pay scale, this would add another 1.5% to 7.5% to their pay increase this year. Moving on to page 7, we have the table that shows the cost increases, and thank you to OMB for helping us put this together. As always, just want to distinguish between the columns that are the total costs. That includes tax-supported and non-tax-supported. Non-tax-supported includes those employees whose salaries are paid by fees. And so those are the difference of the 2 columns in the center and to the right. And then within those total costs and tax-supported, we have the difference of the FY20 budget and the annualized cost. If you remember when we went through the table on page 3, we pointed out the start dates. because many of the contract provisions and the pay increases do not start at the beginning of the year, what is included in the FY20 budget does not reflect the full cost, and so the annualized column shows what the full year costs would be once those are kicked in for a full year. I'm not going to go line by line through this unless there are questions for this, but just the items that affect the largest number of employees. There are about 8,100 employees who would receive a general wage adjustment, and that excludes the police officers who do not have that in the contract. Almost 5,700 employees who would be eligible for increments, 1,200 for the past year increment for McGeo, and about 1,700 for the lump sum for McGeo. The cost drivers, the items that have the biggest effect on the budget, again, are the general wage adjustments, the increments, the performance-based pay for MLS employees, the past year increments for McGeo, and the longevity adjustments for FOP. Those are the largest dollar
You just
items.
mentioned those numbers just because obviously people that are watching don't have the packet in front of them. Those that
Sure.
you just...
So for the general wage adjustments, it's a total of about $13 million for those. For the increments, $11.2 million. For the past year increments for McGeo, $2.2 million. MLS, and these are tax-supported annualized costs that I'm reciting here. For MLS performance-based pay, $1.4 million, and the longevity adjustments for the new longevity adjustment for FOP, about $1.7 million. All told, the total cost for these annualized is about $41.5 million, and of that, 32.7 is tax supported. In terms of the difference, in tax supported, there's about $8 million that will roll over that will become part of the FY21 base because of this annualization. So that's the more detailed look of the county government. We also want to contrast in a less detail some of the other agencies, and the committees that look at these agencies will go into their compensation in more detail. But just so you have for point of comparison, MCPS on the top of page 8, they're in the second year of 2-year negotiated agreements with their employee bargaining units. They will enter new negotiations this fall for FY21 and possibly longer, depending on the length of the contracts. But for FY20, for all of the employee groups in MCPS, they will be receiving a 1% general wage adjustment. Their service increments are in steps, and they vary from step to step. But on average, most employees who are eligible for a service increment will be getting about 3.5%. So for a total 4.5% for the average non-top of grade employee from MCPS. For the college, you'll hear more of this in the discussion about the college, but they have a new compensation plan which sets pay based on comparison of job classifications and a survey of salary data for similar positions outside of the college. For this discussion, what's most notable is that employees in the college now only receive a single wage adjustment. They do not get a service increment. In the college's request for the faculty, AAUP, the request is for 2.5%, for non-represented for 2%, and for staff are asking me they're still in negotiations. Park and Planning is still in negotiations with its bargaining units, so those will all be determined and are not known at this time, and WSSC similar, and that will be discussed at your joint meeting with the Prince George's Council. Moving on to page 10 through 11 and 12. Wanted to provide to you some history year by year of the general wage adjustments, increments, and past year increments by bargaining units. And this goes through FY20 for those where we have completed negotiations. We don't include those that are still under negotiation. The context of this is we start in FY14. As you all remember that FY11 through 13, there were no general wage adjustments and no service increments. Post-recession, these are the numbers that you'll see on those pages. And I also want to mention that these are just the big elements, but there are still longevity, special pay differentials, lump sum, and other things that aren't included in this. And it gives you an opportunity to compare how different employee groups fared on pay increases. But there's one big caution that we'd like to give the council is that pay is just one element of total compensation. That there's also group insurance, retirement, and other benefits, and those vary greatly from agency to agency. pensions, non-pensions, and we can go through those details, but we caution you that this is important to a degree, but please note the variations. This doesn't reflect the variations in the benefits that different employees receive. So instead of going through the details, let's jump to the top of page 13, where we have a cumulative pay growth chart for employees since the end of the recession, since those years of zero pay increases. And these are for employees who did not get any other promotion and did not reach their maximum salary, their top of grade. And it depends whether or not you are an employee group or eligible for a past year increment or not. But you can see in the table, county government employees, McGeo, FOP, IAFF, their contracts for those who didn't have past year service increments are in the 40s% increase from FY14, and over 50% increase in employee salary since FY14. For the school MCPS unions, about 35% and 40% because they also had some past year service increments. And the one group that we have complete data with for the college is the AAUP. They never did have a past year service increment, so all their employees are up about 35%. That's our summary of the pay adjustments. Council President, should we go forward into the retirement discussion?
Before we do that, let me just give Mr. Madalino an opportunity to just share with us. I just wanted to make sure that you could talk a little bit about, as people have discussed issues of sustainability, et cetera, just from the perspective of the executive and from your perspective, how do you see and what were the issues that you consider regarding this sustainability and this fiscal impact?
Sure. Thank you very much, Council President. I'm sorry I was late for the hearing. I was the unexpected beneficiary of fire and rescue services last night when my husband had a run-in with a lawnmower. So he's at Suburban. I'm happy to be here. He's fine.
So sorry.
He's fine.
Okay.
He's fine. He's fine. He's
Okay.
fine, but it's great to have an ambulance service that gets there and
That is
gets you
great.
back to,
That is great.
to the hospital quickly. So, and of course, it was very nice. It was my first time as a spouse at a hospital, and thanks to the changes that many of you championed, it was nice to have not be a worry to get through. So, thank you, especially Councilmember Rice and Hooker, who were there for our fights in Annapolis. So, sustainability. I think the county executive is well aware of the challenges that this community faces from a sustainability standpoint. You've heard myself, Mr. Klein, the Chief Administrative Officer, the county executive, all talk about the need to develop a 10-year financial plan. We are moving in that regard to try to figure out, okay, how do we judge this organization? How do we see ourselves from a sustainability standpoint? What are the changes we need to make in order to ensure that we have quality services for our citizens for years to come? The county executive is, as you know, very supportive of the frontline workers who make our county run. He believes that he believes service increments are the payment that is made to provide employees with a reward for their increasing skills year after year, and that he always felt, as did I think the prior county executive, that we would come back to the service increments that were passed, that were not provided in prior years. I think I don't think I've ever been applauded during a budget speech before. It's really it's a new thing for me, as I guess that's the joy of being on the executive side. People are happy when you're putting money in the budget. So, the service increments were the restoration of service increments were provided in a contract once before, but were taken out by the council in prior action. I think he believes it's time for us to put that in. I would note from a sustainability standpoint, as you fund the missed steps from prior years, they eventually go away. So while you might say this is an unusual increase for the relatively small number of employees, like for the McGeo bargaining unit who qualify for the wage adjustment for a current service increment and for a deferred increment, that situation will not perpetuate in the future as deferred increments are cleared. MCPS had 2 deferred increments. This year's contract for teachers funded the second of the 2. So they are done from a deferred increment standpoint, and the other 2 employee groups bargained away, signed an agreement saying they will not come back and ask for that deferred increment. I think at looking at this, we're taking steps to make sure we are going to have a sustainable future and a sustainable budget, and that these increases this year fit within our ability to continue to manage the resources of the county. Thank you.
Okay, so let me take a pause. Councilmember Rice, did you have questions regarding this particular part of the packet, or should we wait until the end?
Okay.
Mr.
Okay, so we'll continue. We're going to get back to the sustainability issue later, but first we want to get the facts out onto the table. So we're on page 13, bottom half of the packet, a quick review of retirement benefits, starting with the county government, where there's no recommended changes in plan design. I'll direct your attention to page 14. Where the table in the middle of the page in the FY20 costs shows the costs for the 3 retirement plans that are provided to county employees. The ERS, which is the pension plan for public safety employees and those employees who have started before 1994, the total cost for that will be about $72.3 million. For RSP, which is the retirement savings plan, a retirement account, about $19 million. And for the GRIP, which is a cash balance guaranteed retirement income plan, just under $7 million is the cost in this year's budget. We do note the dichotomy between the costs per employee. 41% of employees are in the ERS, but ERS costs account for 74% of the entire retirement plan costs. And if you look in the cost per employee, the ERS is about 3.5 times greater cost per employee than the RSP, and almost 6 times greater cost than the ERS. For MCPS, as many of you are familiar, there's a core pension that MCPS provides to those employees who are not eligible for a state pension, plus a pension supplement that they provide out of local dollars for all permanent employees. MCPS is the sole district in the state of Maryland to provide this pension supplement. The cost of those locally funded pensions are about $84 million, and that does not include the portion that the county now pays into the state retirement system, the state pension system, about $61 million. We will note that my colleagues in OLO prepared a report in 2016 that the Education Committee reviewed, and it's an issue about cost control of MCPS retirement costs that I'm sure we'll be getting back to with the chair of the Education Committee. Just very briefly, the other agencies have no changes in their benefit plans. I want to conclude the retirement discussion on funded ratios, and funded ratios is just really a measure to the extent in which the plan has set aside funds to pay for the benefits. How many assets do they have compared to their liabilities? You'll see the table on the bottom of page 15, and really the ongoing concern is and has been the funded ratio for MCPS, still trying to recover from unfunded plan enhancements back in 2006. And so there's going to be a lot of unfunded need to pay for those pensions in MCPS that will directly compete with dollars for the classroom. And with that, I'll turn it to page 16 over to Mr. Howard.
So on page 16, we begin our discussion of group insurance benefits across the agencies. And the table at the top of the page shows the FY19 approved and FY20 requested tax-supported costs for the active employee group insurance costs across the agencies. The total request for FY20 is $406.1 million, which is an increase of 2.3% over the FY19 approved level. So this is actually a good year for group insurance because the cost increases are a little bit lower. In some years we've had much higher increases. So this is one of those years with group insurance. You can't really control a lot of the factors that lead to the cost increases. So in years like this, we are happy to see the lower levels of increase. There are a couple things I want to point out within the agency requests for group insurance that help lead to the lower dollar requests. MCPS's FY20 request is lowered by about $9.2 million than it would have been due to drawing down on its group insurance fund balance. As we'll get to in a minute, their fund balance has been built up because claims have come in lower than projected for the past few years. And so as a result of that, they're able to request less money for FY20. Also wanted to mention that MCPS's group insurance cost share structure continues to include credits of 1% each for including a biometric screening or completing a biometric screening and a health risk assessment, and a tobacco surcharge of 25%. As of March 1st, MCPS reports that approximately 33% of enrollees are receiving the biometric screening credit, approximately 53% are receiving the health risk assessment credit, and that number is up from 39% last year. And about 4% of enrollees are paying the tobacco user penalty, which is down from 9% last year as well. On page 16 and 17, the chart on the page top of page 17, we wanted to show a comparison of the agency group insurance cost share, because that's one issue that has a large impact on the budgeted costs for each agency each year. And we've talked about this a lot over the past few years with MCPS. But we wanted to make the same comparison across all agencies, and this gets to the point Mr. Tromka mentioned about benefits are not necessarily the same across each agency. So the table on page 17 shows what the base health premium cost share is for each agency, how much the agency pays and how much the employee pays. And with Montgomery County, you'll see it differs by plan type. HMO plans are an 80-20 cost share, and point of service plans and prescription plans are at a 75-25 cost share. MCPS also differentiates by plan type, but they have a higher cost share for the agency, 8812 and 8317, and again, that's their base cost share, not including any credits or the tobacco penalty employee might have to pay. The college has a 75-25 cost share for all plans, and Park and Planning has differentiation by both plan type and by bargaining unit. Their HMO and prescription plans are at 85-15. The point of service and EPO plans are at 80-20. And their agreement with the FOP has a 77-23 cost share for all different plan types. So that's a little bit different with Park and Planning. What we wanted to do on the column on the right-hand side is to give a little bit more perspective. What do these cost shares mean for any individual employee? So we took a hypothetical medical plan cost with an $18,000 annual premium, which is in the range of family premium costs for different among the different agencies. And the column on the right shows how much an individual employee would pay based on the different cost share arrangements. So for example, you could see with a county government employee, they would be paying $3,600 of that $18,000 for an HMO plan and $4,500 for a point of service plan. Obviously, the county it picks up the rest of the employer. For comparison, for an MCPS employee, for a similar HMO plan, they would be paying about $1,500 less, approximately, for each of the different plan types. Same for HMO and for point of service plans. And for the past several years, the council has encouraged MCPS to align its cost share for active employees with that of county government. If MCPS did so, it would result in estimated annual savings in the range of about $25 million. Then at the bottom of page 17, we move into the group insurance costs for retirees, and there's two elements here. You have the pay-as-you-go funding, which is the budgeting for the cost of the current retirees to pay the premiums that the agency owes for their health plans. And then you have the OPEB pre-funding, which is setting aside money for future retirees, and those dollars go into the trusts, either the consolidated trust that we've set up for county government, MCPS, and the college, and Park and Planning has their own trust. On page 18, we have a similar table that shows the FY19 approved and FY20 recommended retiree health pay-as-you-go funding by agency. The total tax-supported request for retiree pay-as-you-go funding is $83.9 million in FY20, which is just a small increase of 0.8% over the FY19 level. However, there are dollars that are used from the OPEB trust to pay for current year retiree claims. And so when you look at those dollars as well, the actual total amount of funding going towards retiree group insurance is down 7% this year. And there's a couple factors for that. If you look at the county government row at the very top, you can see that in FY19, $9 million from the OPEB trust was approved for county government, but in FY20, there's $0 that will be used from the trust. So the county government tax-supported cost for retiree pay-as-you-go goes up by about $5 million, $4.5 million. However, the total amount of dollars that are needed for those costs are actually down a little bit by 8.9%. For MCPS, the budget request continues the use of $27.2 million of the OPEB trust dollars. Similar to the active employee group insurance, MCPS did lower their tax-supported request by drawing down on their fund balance. So again, we're able to have the benefit of their positive experience by needing to allocate less money in FY20. On page 19, we have information on the OPEB pre-funding by each agency. And the first thing we want to do, as we've done every year, is show kind of where each agency stands in terms of total OPEB liability, assets that have been put away over the years, and their funded ratio. So the table in the middle of the page shows that the total estimated liability for county government, MCPS, the college, and park and planning is about $4.9 billion. The actuarial value of OPEB assets in the agency trust funds is about $1.0 billion, and this represents 21% of the total OPEB liability. And one thing we wanted to note, of the combined assets in the trust for county government, MCPS, and Montgomery College at the end of FY18, approximately $229 million of that total was accrued via investment gains. In terms of the FY20 recommended OPEB pre-funding, the executive recommends $121.5 million in tax-supported pre-funding, which fully meets the actuarially determined contribution for each agency. On page 20, we have a chart that shows the FY19 approved compared to the FY20 recommended pre-funding. And you can see that the $121.5 million is actually a reduction of 6% over the FY19 approved level. This is prior to the savings plan, which we'll discuss in a minute. And that is due to new actuarial valuations for the agencies. So that's not a reduction in funding from the executive side. That's a reduction in funding that is needed based on new valuation updates. So for county government, there's actually a decrease of about $8.9 million from the FY19 approved level. And the factors that led to this reduction in the new calculations were revised mortality assumptions, updated claim trends, new demographics and experience information, and then higher than projected investment gains. For MCPS, the executive's budget includes $78.5 million in pre-funding, but does propose to use $27.2 million in assets from the trust to pay current year claims, as we mentioned. The FY20 contribution for MCPS consists of an actuarially determined amount of $69.5 million, plus an additional $9 million that the executive added to the pre-funding to begin making the MCPS trust contributions whole. And the executive's fiscal plan does assume continued restoration of that 27.2 to get to hopefully to get to the point where their net contribution is the same as we want it to be for the actuarially determined amount. But given the additional $9 million this year, the net effect of the executive's proposal is to increase MCPS's OPEB trust balance, excluding any potential investment earnings, by $51.3 million in FY20 instead of the $78.5 million that is appropriated. With Montgomery College, there's a slightly different change this year. For county government MCPS, both of the actuarial valuations showed lower funding levels were needed. For the college, it's the opposite. Their updated valuation found that the cost of their healthcare claims, in particular in the prescription drug area, increased at a much higher rate than had been anticipated in the prior valuation. And so that's what leads to their large increase of from $2.8 million in 19 to $5.4 million in FY20. The top of page 21 shows the OPEB pre-funding in the executive's fiscal plan, and I just want to point out that this is, the plan does assume fully meeting the actuarially determined contribution each year. On page 21, section C, we have the information on the FY19 recommended savings plan, the second savings plan submitted by the executive on March 15th. In the transmittal, the executive noted that this savings plan was needed to keep the county on track to fund the reserves at the 10% level by the end of FY20. And the proposal would achieve $89.6 million in FY19 savings by reducing the approved OPEB pre-funding for county government, MCPS, and Montgomery College, as detailed on the table in the middle of page 21. At the Council's operating budget overview on April 8th, Councilmember Friedson asked staff to provide information on the opportunity cost of not depositing this $89.6 million in pre-funding, and using the 6.26 rate of return, which is a discount rate in the county's actuarial evaluation that is used to calculate our total OPEB liability under GASB Statement 75. The $89.6 million would earn an additional $31.9 million in investment income in 5 years. Of course, if the rate was lower, the investment gains would be less. If the rate was higher, investment gains would be more.
Right, so it would depend on that.
Correct.
Correct.
So 6.26 is what we use what the valuation uses to project our OPEB liability across.
Are we
the
getting
years.
that now? Are we getting the 6.26 now?
So last year, I believe the full year return was about, in FY18 was about 4%. The year before that, it was higher. So yes, I don't know the exact, I don't want to say an exact figure because I don't know it off the top of my head. I think it was in the range of 7 to 8%.
If we can just wait for if council members could write down their questions on a little piece of paper, and then we'll get into that later. And also, Mr. Madalena, just, we'll also ask you in terms of some of these decisions. Thank you.
So as the council president mentioned with regard to the OPEB savings plan, a question that had been asked of us, of staff, by different council members was, does the council need to approve the entire amount of the OPEB savings plan? Could the council approve less? And the answer is yes, you could approve less. However, if you were to approve a number that's smaller than the amount recommended by the executive for FY19, assuming we wanted to meet the 10% reserve target that the executive has put in their budget, the available resources within the FY20 budget would have to be reduced in a corresponding amount. So the council can take a straw vote on this action today if they would like, or it can wait until next week. And then the last agency group insurance thing I wanted to mention real quick is on page 22, and this is we annually put together a table of the agency group insurance funds and the status for each agency. In 2003, the council approved a resolution recommending that agencies maintain a minimum fund balance of about 5% in their group insurance funds. You can see from the table that the actual amounts at the end of FY18 vary a bit amongst the agencies. The county government was at 1.8%, but the fiscal plan projects us getting back to 5% by the end of FY20. MCPS and Park and Planning both have higher than anticipated fund balances, and their budgets over the next few years assume drawing down on that, and so we'll see that reflected in their budget request for group insurance costs.
So we're now on page 23. With that, we've concluded the presentation of the information on pay and on benefits. We are now going to a bit of staff analysis. You've heard the council president, you've heard the OMB director mention the issue of sustainability. And what staff did was build on some work that we did last fall when the council asked us to do an analysis of the sustainability of compensation costs. The first thing you have to do is define what is sustainable, and that's a difficult thing to do, and there are certainly different ways of approaching it. What staff produced as the definition of sustainability is on the top of page 23, and we define it as a recurring pattern of spending that can be accommodated by available resources without requiring offsetting service level reductions or revenue increases while adhering to current fiscal policies. And so what we're saying is are we spending any portion of government, compensation or anything else, something that can be funded year and year after year with available resources without having to cut somewhere else and reduce service levels, without having to raise taxes or otherwise increase revenues, or without having to compromise fiscal policies such as the reserves. So what we did was we looked at the pattern of spending, and we didn't take it at the micro level of number of FTEs or this year general wage adjustment or that year service adjustment. What we did was we looked at the dollars. How many more dollars were year in and year out going towards compensation than the previous year? And so we're going to start just with a brief summary of what we presented last November, and those are the bullets in the middle of page 23. When we looked back in the post-recession years from 14 to 19, we found that county revenues did increase by 3.5%, and that compared favorably to the compensation costs, which grew by only 2.7%. And so at first glance, it looked like we had a very nice fit. But as we dug deeper, we realized that the reason that revenues outpaced compensation costs were for two things. One was the FY17 tax increase, which raised the rate of revenue growth so more than what it would have been otherwise. And also the compensation costs had really an unprecedented decrease, about a 30% decrease in retirement costs, and for reasons we described in November, things that are really not something that we can anticipate in the future. So we took that and we looked at what would happen if going into the future, we had the same rate of growth for wages and the same rate of growth for Social Security and the same rate of growth for health insurance and group insurance as we experienced the previous half decade. And what if retirement just stayed steady? That's a conservative estimate. We've already seen the cost curves turn up, but we wanted to have a conservative estimate of about zero growth in that. And for that, we found that what we were looking at was a projection of annual future compensation growth of 3.8%. And so when we compared that with what the fiscal plan showed would be our growth in revenues of about 2.7%, we found a gap. And that gap over the next 5 years would have been cumulative about $200 million, which caused us to raise the flag of sustainability of past trends in compensation. We were then asked to take that same exercise and apply it to this year's executive's recommended budget. And so again, we need to look at the rate of growth, and the table on the bottom of page 23 has broken down by wages, Social Security, retirement, and group insurance. Overall, the dollars that the executive recommends is increasing at a rate of just under 5%, 4.8%, and as you'll see, the driver of that are the wages, and much of that are the pay increases that we described at the beginning of this presentation. We'll then go to the top of page 24, and we'll present to you this chart, starting from the bottom line. And this is a chart that projects from current spending in FY19 the new dollars that would be required for future compensation costs under three scenarios. The first scenario is what one might characterize as the sustainability curve, and that's the revenue growth at 2.8% a year over the next few years through FY25. And if that were the case, we would if compensation were to grow at that rate, we'd need about $179 million more by FY25 than in FY19 to accommodate the similar pay growth at the revenue rate. We then mapped what would be the growth at the 3.8% rate, which is what we projected last fall before the executive's budget came out, and looking at, again, that scenario of trends with zero change in retirement. And that would grow then at a 3.8% rate, and by the end of FY25, you would need $253 million. The third and the top line is that 4.8% growth rate that the executive recommends this year. And again, our definition of sustainability is about recurring costs. If these costs were to recur year after year, could we could we afford them? And what the table shows is that by FY25, the total cost would be $329 million greater than it is in FY19. That's a difference of $150 million more than what revenues would support if you grew at the fiscal plan revenue growth rate, and a gap over the 5-year period of $522 million. And so this is our cause for concern about the sustainability, that the dollars, not looking at any particular line item per se, but the cumulative effect of all the different recommendations growing at a rate that just is significantly about 70%, growing at a rate about 70% faster than our revenues would accommodate. And this is an analysis for the county government. If you were to do a similar analysis of the 4.8% growth rate across all 4 tax-supported county agencies, you'd see a gap of about $1.6 billion from FY20 through FY25. So this is a summary of our sustainability analysis, and this is going to inform many of the recommendations that Craig will present in a minute. Just want to move forward just to make sure that we check the boxes. There are some NDAs, non-departmental accounts, that you're going to have to approve. They're described on page 25. Pending your decisions on pay for performance and OPEB, we would recommend approval of those. Moving forward again quickly on pages 26 through 28, these are the operating and administrative costs for 4 compensation-related funds: the ERS fund, the entire employees' retirement system, that's the pension fund, the retirement savings plan, the deferred compensation plan, and also the consolidated retiree health trust program. These are the costs that you pay to administer those programs. And again, staff will recommend approval of all of those. And that information continues to the bottom of page 28, and now we're up to the top of page 29.
So the last section before the recommendations are other compensation issues. On page 29, the first issue is the new salary schedule for non-merit employees. And Expedited Bill 5115 that the council passed requires the executive to propose a salary schedule for heads of departments, principal offices, and other non-merit employees of the executive branch. And it also requires the council to approve a similar schedule for non-merit employees in the legislative branch. We just received the executive's proposed new schedule on Friday, so this is hot off the presses. But I do want to note that in FY18 and FY19, the council declined to approve the non-merit salary schedules that were submitted by the previous executive, determining that the schedules that were submitted did not meet concerns that had previously been raised by the council. The executive's proposed FY20 pay schedule for executive branch non-merit employees is on page 29. And I put the table in here. I wanted to show the FY19 proposed that that County Executive Leggett had sent over compared with the FY20 proposed schedule that County Executive Elrich sent over. And the biggest change that the county executive made is to decrease the maximums of each of the different pay bands compared to the prior proposal in FY19. He also did increase the minimums by 2%, in accordance with the 2% general wage adjustment that he proposed giving to non-represented employees across the government. I did include some background information that the council had looked at previously in terms of the concerns that had been raised with the prior salary schedules that had been proposed. The 3 biggest concerns were the idea that the salary schedules were predicated on a comparison with private sector pay rates, that the range within the different grades and pay bands were too big. And that's one of the issues that the county executive tried to address by lowering the maximum. And also, the other issue was the differentiation between and among different departments. For example, should the Department of Police, the Department of HHS, very large departments, directors for those departments be in the same pay band as a department director for a much smaller department. And on page 30, I have information on a potential legislative branch salary schedule. And this is the same as has been proposed in prior years. The council had decided when it didn't approve the executive's proposal for the executive branch to also not take action on a legislative branch schedule. But it would, for confidential aides or chiefs of staff, it would align their salaries with the management 2 level of the MLS, and it shows the different min and max for those potential positions. For hearing examiners and the OLO director, it would align those salaries with the management 1 level of the MLS. And for the council executive director, it would align with the executive's proposal for level 11. So we can, obviously, we just received this on Friday, so there might be many questions that we can discuss in the Q&A period and decide on a path forward for how to move forward with this the executive pay schedule. The last 2 issues I'll mention are employee awards and tuition assistance. That's on page 30, and each year the council reviews and approves the recommended amounts for each agency for those. And then on page 31, we have an agency analysis of personnel management. And this is information we put together each year from big, thick reports that the agencies send over, and we have links online to those to provide some data on workforce and average salary and things of that nature. So the last part is we'll turn to our recommendations, which begin on page 32.
Okay, let's pause there for a second. I do want to acknowledge and offer our condolences to the family of Officer Kyle Ollinger. We just found out that he actually died from a traffic stop shooting in 2003. He died from his injuries last week, and flags across the state were lowered to half staff yesterday in his honor. So just wanted to acknowledge that and offer our condolences to his family. I also just wanted to pause because I think that going back to the packet, as I indicated earlier, we will be coming back next Tuesday to take our votes. And so I know that many of the recommendations that you're going to go over are the ones that you described at the beginning of the conversation. So I think we should just get into the Q&A. There's a lot for council members to digest, especially council members, as we're trying to do this. So I think perhaps we can engage in a conversation. And if there are questions that council members have of our council staff, of our OMB director, of our employee unions, let's utilize this week to answer all those questions so that we can come back on Tuesday and take the vote. I feel very strongly that, having been here a few years, especially the conversation about the savings plan for the FY19 OPEB, if there are enough council members that are interested in finding offset, dollars in order to reduce that particular savings plan proposal, then please use this week to identify where that revenue would come from. I can tell you that it will not be a simple issue to try to find that kind of money and put it on the reconciliation list and have it come off the reconciliation list. So it is a serious consideration, and so I just wanted to really flag that because it sounds great to say that perhaps we can find money and put it on the rec list. It's just actually doing that and being able to then say no to many other priorities in order to find that. I mean, that's the situation we're facing. So just personally as president, I just wanted to really flag that because it is easier said than actually done. And I would prefer that we address this issue when we come back to vote so that we can understand where we are vis-a-vis this budget. Obviously, having $89 million be part of how this budget is constructed is not a simple matter. And so I would just urge my colleagues to please get as much information as possible and work diligently to be prepared so we can come back on Tuesday, we can move forward with votes. And as I said earlier, I was approached to say, let's just have a work session today and then come back on Tuesday. So I want to honor that. So with that, let's just get into some of the conversation. I mean, we do have the packet. We have the recommendations both in the front and the back. So I think the council members can go through that and work, we can work our way through. And then on the 30th, come back for all of those decision points. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you for a very thorough overview of some of the recommendations as well as some of the contingencies that we're dealing with. I want to start off with where the council president led us at the beginning of this conversation, and that's about sustainability. And so my question, since we have the director of O&B here, let me turn to you and ask you, understanding the impacts of Kerwin and the recommendations you sat on the Kerwin Commission with me, and certainly know the large amount of resources that it's going to ask from both the state as well as localities. How do you anticipate balancing that with the increases that are recommended here in this budget, which will increase next year? So it'll be larger than the budgetary amounts that we have in this year's budget, and also with coupling that with the responsibility of rebuilding OPEB and making sure that we get that back to full funding. So just help me to understand where we're looking at additional resources coming from to be able to help to fund all of those initiatives next year.
Well, you did ask the $6 billion question from a statewide perspective. And maybe if I really had the answer to that, I would be sitting in a slightly different seat than I am right now. So,
well said.
On OPEB, if I might, I would just like to correct one thing that you said. We've never been fully funded.
No,
we are moving toward, we're not getting back to something, we're trying to get to something, as you well know. And I think it's always good to remind ourselves, as a county, we have done more than most other jurisdictions, and certainly our peer jurisdictions, and certainly the state of Maryland. And our trust funds for both OPEB and retirement are much ahead of the state. When it comes to funding a new approach to education, you and I both sat through that incredibly, I think, productive conversation about what would a world-class education system look like in the state of Maryland? What are the services necessary to provide every child from every home, from every zip code in our state, the opportunity to succeed and have an education that prepares them to compete against the best in the world, not the best in our country, but the best in the world? This is what it's going to take. And that is an interesting policy and political conversation to have in the state about, are we willing to pay to make sure our young people are the best, or are we willing to continue the situation where we know there are going to be different outcomes and we're not going to produce the best students in the world? If the legislature wants to move forward with that approach to providing those funds and the policies that those funds would support in order to have that world-class system, that's going to mean a lot of very difficult conversations about resources at the state and local level. And that would dominate, I'm sure, the next decade of policy in the state as we talk about how to fund, how to phase that in, what comes first, where the money comes from. Ideally, that would be a combination of new revenues and the growth that sort of vibrant economic ecology that would be created by having world-class educated citizens, residents would help create.
So I appreciate your answer, Director Madaleno, and let me just say that again, for me, as the council president said, I do support making sure that our employees earn a fair and equitable wage and that they have increases over time. The challenge is balancing that with the other needs that we have in our community, and so we have to be very careful and mindful about not painting ourselves into a corner. And so my fear is that if we're not careful in looking at these in greater scrutiny and greater detail, we'll paint ourselves into a corner where it will be very difficult. I know many of the men and women who are here today and who have already left who are concerned about their salaries are also concerned about their children or friends' children's, neighbors' children's, families' education as well. And those two things are tied very, very much together because it's the same dollars that we're expending. And if we expend those dollars solely for our contracts, that leaves less for us to expend when it comes to our school system. And certainly for an increase in terms of making sure that we're fair and equitable, something that we haven't been before, something that we need to do that is a tremendous priority for us. And so from that perspective, as this council looks to move forward with an equity lens, while I do understand that a lot of our employees are of that equity lens, and we need to focus on that, we also have to be able to balance between our current and future generations and where we're going to put forth those efforts. It's not an easy one. And certainly, I'm not here to criticize you on that decision, because that's one that's very difficult. I will just say that I'm concerned, very concerned, because of how much we're talking about in terms of those increases. And was there any thought, so my question to you is, was there any thought about future Kerwin decisions and how that might impact when it came to recommending some of these budgetary decisions you made regarding compensation?
Sure, and you should know, the entire council should know, the community should know that the county executive shares the concern about having a sustainable government. I mean, one of the things that I find fascinating about the county executive's background was his initial phase of his career at Montgomery Ward, and the fact that he saw an organization that did not treat its employees well, that did not treat its customers well, and while it was an iconic national brand, it is something that I think if you're under 30, you have to tell people it was once a big department store in this country. So it is, you know, he shares that philosophy of if we want to get good things done, if we want to do and provide for a world-class education system, if we want to make the changes in affordable housing, in healthcare, and the things that I think you all believe in, that he believes in, you got to have a sustainable government. I think he believes that starts from the ground up, having strong frontline employees who are engaged in helping make sure we have an efficient government and who are rewarded for their dedication and skill is critical to making sure that we have a system, a county government that continues to perform.
You know, it's interesting. I just actually came from Chicago, so I saw a place that was dedicated to the founder of Montgomery Ward. You know, it's a very similar statement that you made, one that oftentimes gets criticized by another company that I used to work for, Marriott Corporation, to where Mr. Marriott said, if you take care of the employees will take care of the guests, and the guests will keep returning. So it's interesting that you have two different philosophies there, but still have you know, private sector, and which is doing really well in taking care of its employees. Let me ask, when it comes to you, Mr. Howard, you had said something before about when it comes to the recommendations for, or maybe it was you, and Aaron, and I'm trying to remember, about the size of government. And I know the county executive had stressed about reducing the size of government and efficiencies to ensure that then we can pay our employees more. Remind me as to how efficient we've become with government as this budget is with regards to last year's budget?
It's about up about 1% in FTEs in the county government tax.
So we increased FTEs as
Correct.
well as increased compensation.
Correct.
Okay, so that again strikes to me as a concern when it comes to compensation. So just one that, again, we need to take a look at. I think that your recommendations that are there when it talks about sustainability and making sure that this council looks at this very detailed is incredibly important. It really is one for me in which says that as we look at future responsibilities that this county is going to have, not just separated between council and executive, that we have to get serious about the fact of understanding what comes down from the state. You know, I saw Delegate Acevedo here, that was here before. Oh, he's still back there. And I really want to thank him, as well as the delegation, for doing great work when it comes to trying to bring more money home to Montgomery County. And they did a great job this past session. The reality is that we're still trying to make up for years and years in which Councilmember Hucker and I were there, and Senator Manalino was there, really trying to make and turn the tide. Those are things that are incredibly important because, again, as we talk about tax increases, as we talk about those revenues that come in, those are things that also impact every single person in this room. If we raise taxes on everybody. It's not just, it doesn't exempt the folks who just got a raise. And so if I'm giving you a raise and then taxing you more, you're not getting any better of a situation. And so from that perspective, I think, again, we've got to really think about the sustainability aspect and come up with a future plan that ensures that those kinds of things happen, so we're not giving to people and then taking right away from them. I mean, that's just really important to me. So that's it for right now, Madam President. I really thank you for your indulgence.
Madam President?
Yes.
Could I just, since there was an increase in positions, just to remind people, the largest increases were the additional positions that are necessary to operate the new Flash bus system on Route 29, which is an initiative that the council has supported and provided funds, and now we're going to bring it up to operation. And we are bringing on more positions in fire and rescue. We missed 2 recruit classes during the bad years. We have a recruit class that's going to graduate any moment. We have another one graduating in July. We got to provide for those. And then a fair number of the other positions are around police and all of the technology, and the state's attorney, the technology and the support that's necessary for all of the new things we're doing with the cameras, with all of the new tools we have in enforcement. You have a need to have the technical support to utilize and maximize the utility of those new of that new technology. Thank you.
Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you, Council President Navarro. I appreciate your framing of this discussion today. I think you put it very well. I think it is important for us to take our time here, be very deliberate, not rush forward with any decisions today, and just think things through. I really appreciate the council staff's thorough work, and that presentation may have been a little too thorough in some respects. I don't know how many folks could follow it, frankly, but everything needs to be written down and it needs to be said. So you've done a really important job doing that. I'd like to just say from the outset, our employees deserve a raise. There's no question about that. Our employees deserve a raise. The question is, what can we afford to do? How much of a raise can we afford to provide? And that is the question that we have to grapple with. It's not an easy question, and I think we've been put in a very difficult position, frankly, by having to address this question of whether the raises that we've received are affordable. But we unfortunately have to take that task on and really be sure that what we're doing is the decision that we make is a decision that we can stand by for the coming years. My overall question or concern is that these are the good times. Right now, the economy is growing in Montgomery County, not fast enough, but this is not a recession in Montgomery County. We should be able to benefit from growing revenues, but we're not. We're not benefiting from growing revenues in what we acknowledge are positive trends in the world around us. That, I think we should all be very, very cautious about what could happen in this county over the next 3 or 4 years. And the last thing in the world we want to do is have to go back to furloughs or consider layoffs or not have any raises at all in a year. We went through 3 years of having no compensation increases at all because in the years preceding those years, the decisions that were made were unsustainable. The compensation increases were unsustainable. And so we just need to be sure that the raises that we provide are raises that we can stand by, for the coming years. I think that is a big challenge for us, knowing that we are in what are really the good times economically, in this county and in the state. So that's a big problem. The budget really has a structural deficit. That is fundamentally the issue with the use of OPEB funding, is that this budget has a structural deficit. It has had one now for several years. The expenditures aren't matching the revenue, and we're dipping into the retired employee benefit fund to pay the annual expenses. We've taken $215 nearly million over the last few years to pay current operations, and this budget essentially uses about $90 million, again, from the retired employee benefit fund to pay for current operations. And that is the context that we have to really grapple with. What can we afford to do? How much more expense can we afford to add into the budget at a time when we are using nearly $100 million from our retired employee benefit fund to pay for current operations? So there's no easy choice here. I think that this question of, Director Madaleno mentioned, as we think about education issues at the state, what are we willing to pay to do more? That's kind of the basic question. I think that's an important question. What that is getting at is Maryland willing to embrace a tax increase for education? So that may be the conversation that we're in next year or the next year after that. And I think it's fine to embrace that conversation, but we should keep that in mind too, as we consider the next several years of Montgomery County's budget. Because if the decisions that we make today essentially pave the way to a tax increase at the county level, just to fund current operations, where's the funding going to be from the state or county level for anything new, anything more? So that's a real concern. I ask the county employees to consider that possibility. I would like to just go back to this issue of positions. There are 90 new FTEs. Director Madaleno, you described the important priority areas behind those positions. I understand that, and I agree with that. But the county executive's pledge was not to add more and more FTEs for new priorities. It was to reorganize and reduce FTEs to accommodate new priorities. So when you articulate the value of the new priorities, to me, you're taking the wind out of the essential mission of how are we going to reduce FTEs in order to have sustainable compensation? That was the basic discussion that the county executive put on the table. Was he recognized, and he said the unions recognize that we can't keep doing things the way we're going, and that we can't add to, we're not going to have raises if we don't grapple with the number of, with the head count. And so adding positions for flash, adding fire and rescue, adding police, all important priorities, where's the offset? I'll give you a little breathing room on this budget. You came in midstream, but we have to proceed now. We have to proceed now to address that question, because we do want flash. We do want more fire personnel. We want all of that, but we have to figure out how to offset that. So that's a job for the county executive and the council to tackle together, and it's not an easy one. But if the unions are invested in that conversation, then I think we can get there. So, well, I won't, I'll defer to the council president. So I just say that. I think we ought to hold off on decisions today for the contracts for OPEB and just think about this some more, give this some more time to formulate what we think we ought to do. There's a lot of terrific staff recommendations that we need to consider carefully and not rush into. Thank you.
Councilman Friedson.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to staff. This was a terrific report, and I think it is confirmation of some of the concerns that have been raised, that this is not sustainable where we currently are, and I recognize that the county executive inherited structural challenges that are real, but the budget that we currently have before us doesn't improve these structural challenges. I think that it exacerbates these structural challenges that we face, and the future of the county government and the ability for us to pay for the priorities that we all share are at risk. I think that education is obviously chief among them, and the ability to put forward the money that we're going to need for match for Kerwin, for match for some of the new school construction funding that we are hoping to receive. We're going to need funds available that are unencumbered, and we are going to struggle, I think, based on where we currently are. I think the biggest challenge that I have, and the county executive, this wasn't, he didn't start this path, but the fact that this budget is basically predicated on the OPEB diversion. Without the OPEB diversion, this budget doesn't work. And that is a huge challenge because it's a one-time savings for ongoing expenses, which is the definition of unsustainable. And I understand that this isn't the first time it's happened. The 89.6 million, which is what we've talked about, is really, I think, 125 million, because we're already assuming 36 million between MCPS and Montgomery County government. So the total for the year will be about 125 million, from my understanding, in diversions. That brings, if approved, brings our total diversions from OPEB. It's not 90 million, it's 302 million. Again, not the county executive's decision, Director Madaleno, not your decision, but that is where the cumulative challenge that we face for an obligation that we have. OPEB is not an option, it's an obligation. The fact that we have to pay our public employees in retirement for the health care that they have earned is not a choice. And the ability for us to be able to pay for it in a sustainable way is put at risk. I think that I fundamentally don't see how we get out of this vicious cycle of, at the end of the year, seeing how short we are and diverting funds from OPEB in order to cover the gaps to fix what clearly is an ongoing structural problem. And I think the staff's chart of showing the trajectory that we're on paints the picture, which is that the numbers are not, the graphs are not headed in the right direction, in the sense that we can't keep up with the money that we have. And so I think that we've got to tighten our belts. We've got to figure this out. I'd be happy to work with you, Director Madaleno, with the county executive, with colleagues, to figure out how we do it. But I don't see a way of us to improve the long-term sustainable challenges that we face, the structural issues that we have, without doing something different on OPEB. And I just have, huge questions about that, huge concerns about that. And I think the point about the restructuring of government, I think we all share that goal. The county executive has talked about it a lot. I applaud him for that. I am looking forward to hearing what that looks like. We haven't seen it in this budget. We haven't seen any proposals that have any indication that, rather than more is less, that less will be more. And we just can't keep going down this path. I hope to be able to work on that in a future budget. But for this budget, I just don't see a scenario that I could be comfortable with a one-time savings to fund ongoing expenses where we plug a hole that we've been filling, and the bucket has a hole at the bottom. And we keep filling it, thinking that we've solved the problem and wiped our hands clean of a budget, and it's a huge challenge. And I think, to the credit of previous councils, of which the county executive was part of, there was a fiscal plan that was put in place. OPEB was one of the three legs of that stool. And in many ways, the cost of OPEB is extremely expensive, more so even than debt. And I think everybody deserves credit, the council particularly, for pushing down, slowly and gradually pushing down debt, which we are holding the line on, which I think is good, and I appreciate that. The fact that the 10% reserves is being maintained, but we talk a lot about unsustainable debt. Our debt, thanks to our AAA bond rating, is cheap in comparison to the opportunity cost that we are losing by not investing in OPEB. And so, I think we need to give OPEB the same, if not greater, emphasis in terms of our interest in protecting it, it is not a reserve account. And for several years, it's been treated as a reserve account. And we can't afford to continue that because the budget doesn't work. And long term, we are going to have to pay the piper, and everybody's going to pay for that. Taxpayers are going to have to pay for it. Services are going to have to pay for it. Our education system is going to have to pay for it. The ability to provide future pay increases or to hire people in order to make folks' jobs reasonable is going to pay for it. Somewhere, somehow, something's going to have to give. And if we wait too long to address this, everything is going to have to give. And that's what I'm concerned about. If we wait too long to deal with this, we literally will be at the point where we don't have to focus on one thing. We have to focus on everything. And we have to make significant cuts to services, very tough decisions with our key priorities like education, and maybe even make decisions based on what we're able to do in terms of our retirees and our public employees. And that's not a choice that I am interested in doing, and that's not something that I'm interested in taking on. So I have real concerns with it. I don't see how we continue down this path. I'm not interested in a budget that I don't think is sustainable, and I think this $89.6 million diversion, which is really would be the accumulation of over $300 million of diversions from the account, is a sustainable way for Montgomery County to be.
Madam President, may I?
Yes, please.
May I respond? So I want to start with a mashup of a quote between Councilmember Katz and Winston Churchill. This is the...
It's very rare that...
That's, yes, well, it should happen more often. This is the worst budget ever until you consider all the other options that are before you. OPEB, in a perfect world, you are correct. You would want to fund that liability because you'd want to make sure from a generational equity standpoint, we are not passing off the costs to a future generation of the benefits and the services that current residents are receiving from current retirees. Smart, concerned, budget-thinking people like you and I have given a great deal of thought to this whole approach without necessarily recognizing some of the other trade-offs that are built in. We are fully funding our retirement obligations now. We are paying out of PAYGO, as we have for decades, the retirement benefits for our for our current retirees, our prior workforce. Nothing about that is going to change. What we are trying to do, and what the Government Accounting Standards Board said to all governments in the time before the passage of the Affordable Care Act, healthcare costs are going up. It's a liability. You have to account for this, and you have to try to plan ahead. That is smart government accounting. We have done more of that in Montgomery County than most other local governments. I promised Mr. Howard that I wouldn't get into a long conversation about OPEB because OLO is doing an OPEB study, and we are all going to have an opportunity to have a lengthy conversation about where we want to go with OPEB in the future. I think the summer you're going to be releasing it, so we can have that sort of in-depth, granular conversation about where we are going. I think right now the bigger priority has been to get the reserves up to 10%. That is a huge step. We were almost at 8% as a result of a variety of revenue, of the revenue estimates being lower than what we had planned because of the changes in the federal tax law, because of the way the changing commercial real estate market is impacting our real estate taxes in Montgomery County. All of those things are impacting our ability to generate revenues. That has slowed down the amount of money going to reserves. We made the decision, the county executive made the decision in his proposal. It's more important to get to the 10% to satisfy that promise because in the end, the rating agencies are looking out for the bondholders. The bondholders are the thing they care about the most is your ability to repay their bonds, not the retirees of the Montgomery County government. And so getting to the reserves is the more important target. Once we are there, that sort of enormous a contribution that we've been making slows down dramatically so that we can then start building towards that higher total in OPEB for our trust account, and then you and I and OLL can have the fight about what's the appropriate level.
So I want to do a
moving
time
forward.
check.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedson, we have already discussed.
I just want to respond to what he said, and then I'll conclude.
That we are going to be engaged in a very thorough examination. We've been saying this now for about a year, and we are scheduling that in the summer to take a look at everything. And because the bottom line is that this is a conversation that we have every year. I mean, it is about choices. We're making choices. That's what we do every single year, because there isn't a perfect Pollyannic construction of a budget. And so, of course, we can pick and choose and, talk about how reserves is better than OPEB or OPEB is better than the reserves. We can talk about frontline workers and the issue of equity. We can talk about education and hypothetically where we're going to be. The real work, and which is why I asked staff and been working with staff on all of these long-term structural fixes, that's where the real work is. I mean, if we don't address some of these long-term fixes, which we said we would engage in that work this summer, we will be back here every year talking about the same old thing. What did you choose? What was the priority? What do we care about? That is just the bottom line. And so I have shared with my colleagues already that from my perspective, we should close the chapter, because we have been going on and on about this makeup step. Let's just close that chapter and get busy on the real work about structural sustainability, which needs to happen methodically, and it will not be easy, but we need to do that. So, I just want to really just express that, because from the very beginning, I've been trying to lay out this conversation. Of course, I can count, so I know that possibly the votes may not be there for that. But having now been here long enough, it's weird being the senior person, I have been through many iterations and a lot of very difficult budgets, rebasing the school system. I mean, doing some extraordinarily structural things. And I will agree that we do have to now take a deep breath. It is the county executive's first budget. Look, he came in, the budget was almost done. So I understand that. I want to see where that restructuring is. I've asked him for some targets. Okay, we're going to have to really pay attention to that. But this year is about laying that foundation, as far as I'm concerned. I'm just one council member. But again, I just want to reiterate, the real work is going to be on these structural pieces, because we can sit here and try to pontificate all we want. The reality is that it's there. And we've tried before, and it wasn't easy. So I hope that we're all going to be engaged in this and committed to this. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Hucker.
Could I just respond,
and
Madam
then
President?
Well, if it can be brief, because
yes, very brief.
We have, we have public hearings coming up. We have committee sessions after this.
I
It's
just
already
wanna quickly
12:15. So if you can briefly respond, I'm going to turn to Councilmember Hucker and Councilmember Reamer. If you have a question, that would be great. But I want to be kind of done and just move on with the rest of the day.
Just to sentimentally to your point, I agree with most of what you've said, and I am more than happy to work together and to the council president's point on figuring out what we're going to do. But this budget isn't about what we're going to do. It's about what we're doing. And what I'm concerned is what we're doing, and that's what I'm focused on, which is a one-time savings to fund ongoing expenses. And that's my concern. I think we share the long-term goal of figuring out what we do with OPEB. I think we might have different views with the administration of how we get there. We'll have a robust conversation about that at that time. But right now, this is about what we are doing, not necessarily what we are going to do down the road.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hucker.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate everything my colleagues have said. I think I look at this a little bit differently. I agree with you, Madam President, on some of these issues for sure. I think it's really important that we be careful today and as we go forward to not draw overly broad conclusions about future economic health of the county based on this year's decision about a very relatively small number of employees. The council president mentioned at the beginning the importance of understanding this issue in context. Here's the context that I see. Every economic report I have looked at says the Great Recession, after 10 years, is finally over for many people. Corporate income earnings are up, capital gains are up, upper middle class income is up, but there's been a long hangover for many other people. The recession exacerbated wealth inequality, and it hit households headed by women and people of color the hardest. The ACLU did a report recently that said white households, quote, have started to respond from the rebound from the worst effects of the Great Recession. Minority households are still struggling to make up lost ground. I wish, I'm sure all of us do, that we weren't in the position of having to restore a step that was denied to some employees and provided to others years ago. And I understand why my predecessors made that decision. But this only affects 1,200 of 5,000 employees in the bargaining unit, and it was the only bargaining unit that didn't receive that deferred step. All their peers at MCPS received it, and for the folks who have had to wait, that is having an impact on their household wealth that the and contributing to this disparity that the ACLU found today. We also know that our metro area is one of the most expensive in the country, was ranked strangely as the worst place to make $100,000, and that many of our county employees have second jobs, and only 56% of them actually live in Montgomery County. Many more would like to, and we know, I believe the county government would work better if they could, because we'd have better morale, we'd have more buy-in from them, and we'd have shorter commutes and fewer county employees in front of me on the Beltway or in front of Councilmember Rice on 270 to get here, right? And finally, as has been said, we're lucky to have great employees, and I believe firmly that we have great employees not because we're big spenders, but because we're smart employers. Our taxpayers expect, I hear from our taxpayers, my constituents, all the time, and they expect high-quality services. And paying people fair wages is just a prerequisite of having high-quality services. So that's the environment in which I look at this. To the extent we have budget challenges, we don't have budget challenges, I believe, because we overpay librarians and nurses and bus drivers. We don't. The facts are that our bus drivers could make more working for WMATA, and we lose them to WMATA. Our nurses and social workers could make more in the private sector working for a hospital or many other nonprofits, and they stick with us as long as we can keep them. But we have to do what we can to keep them. We're already 30 nurses down and 20 correctional officers down and have mandatory double shifts in the correctional facility, and those are not the qualities of a high-functioning AAA bond government that we want. Those are avoidable problems. So the solution to me isn't putting our head in the sand, it's waiting for our new county executive to come up with this restructuring plan. We have more staff in fire and rescue, as you mentioned. I heard him when he was public safety chair, and I was sitting next to him for years, say the county executive has to hire more firefighters so we could deal with firefighter overtime costs, right? But he said the county executive has to lead. Well, now the county executive is going to lead on this, and I'm really looking forward to those recommendations. It's totally appropriate, I believe, for us to ask for details and timelines and goals for this restructuring so we know what we're looking at. And the sooner you can share those with us, the better, Rich. It doesn't have to be a fully baked, detailed proposal. It could be high-level thoughts on places that we could save money and how much money we think we could save. I think that would make all of us and the public and our employees feel much better about the direction that we're headed on this. I look forward to additional state aid, and I'm glad that, Councilmember Rice and you and others have done so much work on Kerwin to get us the aid that we've deserved from the state for a long time, and to spend state money on things that this council has said we want to prioritize in the future, like pre-K and other supports to our schools. And finally, I think the process that we have to repeat every year really does a disservice. And I agree with the staff recommendation that we should annually review the sustainability of our compensation costs, and we should have all parties at the table to do that, and we should have some council involvement, at least monitoring and input into the collective bargaining process, because we end up with this unnecessary drama every time there's a contract to be bargained, which I think is very avoidable. So anyway, that's where I am. I'm grateful to the staff for their good analysis, and to the council president for leading this discussion, and I look forward to where we're going, but I think I look at it differently than some of my colleagues do. Thank you.
Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. Just last comment on the retiree benefit fund, the health benefit fund. I do think we need to try to add some funding back. I don't think we should accept the entire diversion. I don't know how much we can add back. I think we ought to look for every creative solution. I think restructuring could be a part of that. I think we could even account for some of that in this year's budget. But I do think we need to figure out how to restore some funding to the OPEB for FY19. Thanks.
Councilmember Jawanda, if you close us up.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to my colleagues and to the staff for the very, very in-depth. I know you guys worked really hard on this. It's helpful. I worked for the federal government for a long time, and in that context, cost of living adjustments are exactly that. They're cost of living adjustments. The cost of living continues to go up in this county, in this state, in this country, and those are required. They're not optional. Similarly, when you make the decision to serve the public in the federal government or serve the public as all of our public employees do here in the county or the state, you are making a decision to help people and in many cases foregoing higher salaries than you could make with your skills and experience. The federal government context, steps are included. There's no debate every year, it happens. And if they weren't, but unlike the federal government, another big change, we have to balance our budget every year. And so when we come to you in good faith and say, hey, for the good of the county, the good of your families and our residents, that you have to not have a step this year, and when you say, okay, when you defer it, we should honor our agreement and come back and restore those steps. So while we need to talk about fiscal sustainability and long-term fixes, I agree 100% with the Council President. While we need to review annually the sustainability of how we fund government, we should not set up this false dichotomy that our government workers who are sacrificing and supporting the functionality of this county are the reason that we can't have a sustainable budget. So I look forward to working with my colleagues on OPEB as well. We need to make sure we're being smart there. I think we can do all these things. Let's get past this. Let's make up this step. Let's move forward. Let's work with the county executive to restructure. Let's get our debt, our savings up to 10%, our reserve, and then let's really set a plan going forward. And as I've said to our union employees, I'm looking at some now, I expect you to be a good faith partner if we have to come to you next year and circumstances have changed and the cost of living and stuff has to come down. And I think you'll do that. And I want to say that publicly. But let's do what we've said we're going to do and work forward from here. So thank you very much.
All right, colleagues. So as I said it earlier, we're going to come back next Tuesday in the afternoon, and we'll take votes at that time. In the meantime, please work with our staff and everybody else to get your questions answered. And we'll be back at 1:30 for public hearings. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a public hearing on a supplemental appropriation for the FY19 operating budget for the Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Service in the amount of $1,963,432 to expend the proceeds of the FY19 State of Maryland Senator Amos Fire Rescue and Ambulance Fund Grant. A Public Safety Committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, April 24th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business today so that your views can be included in the material which staff will prepare for the committee's consideration. For everyone scheduled to testify, please bring copies of your written testimony at this time to the clerk. And for item number 8, we don't have any speakers. So this public hearing is closed. We're on to item number 9. This is a public hearing on the intent to consider increasing the FY20 general fund tax rate above the constant yield tax rate. Council committees have begun their work sessions on the budget, and council work sessions will begin in May. Persons interested in submitting additional information or attending the work sessions should call the council office at 240-777-7900 or consult the council website for information as to when specific budgets will be considered. For item number 9, we have one speaker, Mr. Robert Nelson. Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, President Navarro, council members. Beautiful day outside.
Is it? We've been told.
I'm Robert Nelson, resident of Goshen and former chair of the Up-County Citizens Advisory Board, and I'm also a senior Montgomery County resident, I know it's hard to believe, on a fixed income, and here to oppose the proposed real property tax increase of up to 4.8%. The council has gone on record that Montgomery County will be a community for a lifetime, a place for older adults to live safe, healthy, and vital lives. But whenever the county council begins to discuss making 9% pay raises for employees and increasing the number of employees in the county to over 100 and boosting the school budget above the maintenance of effort, many county residents fear that a tax increase is on the horizon and wonder how they can afford to pay for it. Although the council has offered some elderly property tax credits and provided options to defer tax increases until the ultimate sale of a home, a large number of seniors find themselves ineligible. I've lived in Montgomery County for over 37 years in 3 different homes. So in 3 years, I won't be eligible for the credit offered to those who have owned and lived in their one home for at least 40 years. Seniors who have higher incomes than the current maximum may be burdened with heavy medical expenses or college tuition payments for grandchildren that are not additional factors being considered in determining eligibility. It's my understanding that many states offer property tax exemptions to older homeowners and the disabled. Colorado exempts 50% of the first $200,000, the actual value of the home, for seniors and disabled veterans. Washington State reduces property taxes for homeowners the year after they're 61. Nashua, New Hampshire increases the amount of the senior exemption as you age. And many communities do not require seniors to pay for taxes to support public schools, since it's unlikely that they would have children attending those schools. The number of residents aged 65 or older in Montgomery County is projected to more than double by 2040 to 244,000. That'll be 20% of the population. And the number of residents aged 85 or older is expected to grow the fastest to 42,900 by 2040. County Executive Mark Elrich has a vision of a more equitable and inclusive Montgomery County. And such a community, he says, allows residents to thrive at any age. But real property tax increases negatively impact senior residents living on fixed incomes. So please oppose real property tax increases that apply to seniors in our county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I don't see any lights, so this public hearing is closed. Item 10, it's a public hearing on for the council to receive testimony on a resolution to set the rate or amount of a property tax credit to offset certain income tax revenues resulting from a county income tax rate higher than 2.6%. A GO committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, May 2nd. Persons wishing to submit additional comments should do so by the close of business April 30th, so that your views can be included in the material, which staff will prepare for the committee's consideration. There are no speakers for item 10, so this public hearing is closed. For item number 11, this is a public hearing on a resolution to establish that FY20 solid waste service charges, which would be effective starting July 1st, 2019. A T&E committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Monday, April 29th. Persons wishing to submit additional materials for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business, April 24th, so that your views can be included in the material, which staff will prepare for committee's consideration. So for this particular item, we have Ms. Koenig, who will also speak on item 14 and 16. 14 is Bill 8-19, Erosion Sediment Control and Stormwater Management, High PAH Sealants. And item 16 is it is on Capital Park and Planning Commission's FY19 to 24 CIP for the Department of Parks, and that is an appropriation of $2,500,000 for local parks acquisition. Ms. Koenig.
I'll circulate it.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
My turn?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
your own.
Oh, wait.
She's just announcing it.
You're on.
You're on. mic is on.
I have a request. Can you try and make this place a little bit more accessible so I can plug this in without having to have one of you or someone crawl underneath the table and figure out where, if there is a plug and if it's live or dead?
We'll take
It
that
would make
into
it a lot
consideration.
easier
Thank
and
you.
safer so that I don't do it. Okay, let me. Oh.
Thank you.
2714, name, Judith M. Koenig, 2714 Washington Avenue, Chevy Chase, Maryland, 20815, April 23rd, 2019. Testimony before the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland. Rock Creek, just south of East West Highway, used to be the equivalent of 4 fingers wide. I'm sure you all know, some of you who are old enough will know what I mean by 2 fingers. That's what you put in a glass. Used to be the equivalent of 4 fingers wide. Because Park and Planning Commission and the Parks Department have neglected the area, extensive erosion has happened, with it now equivalent to 8 fingers wide, with continued erosion of the stream beds, surrounding area, and more pollution occurring. It is a simple thing to fix, but no one has done so, nor will anyone do so unless a personal tour is timed this week if anyone is interested at all. The tributary feeding in at Meadowbrook Lane has also been significantly eroded with nothing done to control it. It's a simple thing to fix, but no one has done, nor will anyone be done unless the outfall near Meadowbrook Shelter is in disarray. Fields 9 and 10 area are constantly underwater. Young trees are flooded every time it rains. Trees are being murdered and overgrown with weeds and invasive plants. It's a simple thing to fix, but nothing has been done for, or will anything be done unless 2 paths are now are not usable because no one has installed railing on the one on Abilene and one at Black Chestnut Lane, with requests for the one at Abilene is over 25 years request, at least 10 years for the other path. It's a simple thing to fix, but nothing has been done, nor will anything be done unless. Before you provide any additional funds for Park and Planning Commission, you must assure that they are taking care of the existing parks. They are not doing so, and you know it. The issues are water quality protection. It's not occurring. Mud, silt, animal feces goes into the creek. Transportation fees, Bill 819. You're going to put more money out for transportation, and the buses aren't even handicap accessible for someone with a 4-wheel scooter. 3-wheel, yes. 4-wheel, forget it. Erosion, sediment control, stormwater management, forget it. Park and Planning Commission, improvements of $2.5 million for local park acquisition and $2.8 million for non-local park acquisition. Before you give them or any county agency any money, you must have absolute 100% sure that what they have now is being used efficiently. If any of you want a tour down there, I'll be more than happy to show you. If it's raining, you may want to bring your hip waders. But that's not funny, because the thing is, this has been going on. I've been raising some of these issues for well over 30 years. It goes in one ear and out the other. By the way, this morning, a half a dozen school buses went up and down Colston and Ellingson. Last week, you have one coming up Ellingson, turning left on Colston, one coming down. And guess what happens when you have 2 buses and there's no room for both of them? Fortunately, no child was in the road because they would have been run over. This one had to back up through the intersection so this one could get down. There's no room on the road. Nothing's being, oh, by the way, Dr. Zuckerman and Dr. Smith were there this morning, but nothing was done. They're still going up and down. They're still cutting through. We have one that goes down Colston, goes through the stop sign, turns left onto Ellingson, down to Washington Avenue, speeds down Washington Avenue in front of my home, all the way down to Meadowbrook Lane, out that way, and does not stop at the stop sign. Now, the only way is that driver can get all the way down there before I can get down the way I'm going at the speed limit if he's doing in excess of the speed limit. Now, is this giving my 5 minutes? I can't hear
I
you.
believe your 5 minutes are up, yes.
They're up.
Thank you so much for coming and
please.
testifying on those 3 items, Ms. Koenig.
What do I
Thank
have
you.
to do to get you all to do something?
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Knock on your door at 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning? I'll do
We're
it.
going to go on to item number 12. It's a public hearing on a resolution to establish the FY20 Water Quality Protection Charge, which would be effective starting July 1st, 2019. A T&E committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Monday, April 29th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business, April 24th, so that your views can be included in the material which staff will prepare for the committee's consideration. There are no speakers for this public hearing, so that public hearing is closed. Agenda item 13th. This is a public hearing on a resolution to approve that FY20 transportation fees, charges, and fares, which would be effective starting July 1st, 2019. A T&E committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, April 25th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business today, so that your views can be included in the material which staff will prepare for the committee's consideration. And for this item, we have 3 speakers: Jacob Newman, Tina Slater, and Victoria Koretsky. All right. We'll start with Mr. Newman.
I feel lucky. Was it the jacket? Because it's Earth Day. Greetings, council members, Madam President, Mr. Vice President. My name is Jacob Newman. I am the Managing Director of the Latin American Youth Centers programs here in Montgomery County, also known as the Maryland Multicultural Youth Centers. And I am here today to voice my support for the proposed expansion of the Kids Ride Free program. As you know, LAYC has a 50-year history of working with a diverse population of youth and families in our region to achieve successful transitions to adulthood through multicultural, comprehensive, and innovative programs that address youth social, academic, and career needs. In Montgomery County, our core services are concentrated around education, workforce development, mentoring, and those important wraparound services for typically about 400 to 600 youth each year. Programs such as the Montgomery County Conservation Corps, Steps to Success, and Full Circle Brotherhood operate year-round. Often, days begin early in the morning with Corps members arriving by 8 a.m. and end late in the evening around 7 p.m. Our participants travel from great distances from Burtonsville and Germantown and along the Rockville Pike Corridor, Georgia Ave Corridor, and Colesville Corridor, pretty much everywhere in between. Many of the participants who are under the age of 18 years old can currently benefit from at least a part of the current Kids Ride Free program for their evening commutes, but we as a community are still challenged with supporting riders during time periods which are not currently covered by the program. And we further would like to note that we have a large portion of students who are 18 to 24 years old, though expansion of the program would not currently cover benefiting those students. Our hope is that in the future, the program can once again be expanded to encompass all folks who are accessing alternative education programs. Such a measure would demonstrate a deep commitment to our county's disconnected or opportunity youth as they strive to meet their educational, workforce, and life goals, and could also be seen as a cost-saving or cost-shifting measure, as many budgets for organizations like ourselves dedicate transportation stipends to participants, as indicated by, as then our outcomes and successful results are impacted by people's ability to get to our services. I'm happy to answer any questions and really pleased to offer some thoughts on this important topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Slater. Good afternoon. I'm Tina Slater, Transportation Chair of Sierra Club Montgomery County Group. Sierra Club supports increasing money in the budget for the Kids Ride Free program to include all hours and all days of the week. Our climate depends on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which means moving people in fewer vehicles. The Kids Ride Free program encourages transit use. Currently, students 18 or younger who live in Montgomery County can use the ride-on and most Metro bus routes in the county for free between 2 and 8. And when kids ride free, there is some net revenue loss. But there are several proposed alternatives, all of which would impact the budget. The most generous free rides program, which would be all service hours, all bus service hours, 7 days a week, would have a $1 million added net cost. But this is what we'd get for it. More young people will become familiar with the county transit system and continue to use it as they get older. They'll have the independence to go to after-school club, sports activities, jobs, internships, and attend classes at other schools like Einstein High School of Technology. They could pick up siblings, go to medical appointments, get to the library, connect to Metro, or get back home. And being able to go across town and hang out with friends on weekends is a ticket to independence. Parents can be freed up from chauffeur duties if kids use transit on their own, and it's even more helpful to low-income households since their children ride for free. The council has talked about viewing the budget through an equity lens. Lower-income communities have nearly double the number of carless households compared to higher-income areas, and giving students access to free transit anywhere in the county will open up a lot of opportunities. Money added to the Kids Ride Free budget is an economic investment. We'll get it back many times over. It's good for the county, it's good for the environment, and these students will become paying customers. This fosters a culture of transit ridership, which Sierra Club supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Koretsky?
Hi. It hasn't started. Okay. Hi, I'm Victoria Koretsky. I am a youth representative from the Commission on Children and Youth. And this year we've been focusing a lot on public transportation in Montgomery County. So in our mission statement, it says, the Commission on Children and Youth promotes the well-being of Montgomery County's children, youth, and families so that all young people may realize their full potential and become contributing, productive adults. And without affordable access to public transportation, we believe that students will not be able to reach their full potential. So accordingly, we have conducted a survey this year, surveying over 300 youth in our community, and the results speak for themselves. Lots of students rely on public transportation and would use it more if it was free. We specifically targeted surveying free and reduced meals eligible students, and obviously we want to reduce the opportunity reduce the opportunity gap in Montgomery County, and so that everybody has equal opportunity. And 44% of subjects at large said that they would extensively use public transportation on weekends and holidays, compared to the 65% of farm-eligible kids. So you can see here that farm-eligible kids consistently rely more on public transportation, and we want everyone to have an equal opportunity. In addition, there are, of course, the environmental benefits, less carbon footprint and all that. And also, a lot of students rely on public transportation to get to school, and we, of course, want to boost attendance. We want our kids to be able to come to school and get their free education that they deserve every day. So it'll be paid back many times. This is an investment, like Ms. Slater said. And, it's just, it's a good choice. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate hearing your perspective. Victoria, it's so important to have the youth voice present. And, we're going through the budget, but this has been an item that we have always looked at, and we totally understand how important it is. We're mentioning the issue of driving your kids to activities. I remember when I was doing that. But then hearing also from low-income families who don't have that choice. So really appreciate everybody being here to highlight this. And I know Councilmember Glass has been working on this, Councilmember Hucker, I think everybody has been working on this for years. We'll definitely take that into consideration. Thank you so much for taking the time to come. Thank you. So Mr. Berliner,
That would be me. I'm
Councilmember
Andrew Friedson. Good to see you. Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, it's a date. So item number 14th. This is a public hearing on Bill 819, Erosion, Sediment Control, and Stormwater Management, high PAH sealants. This bill will prohibit the use of certain high PAH sealants in the county. It would require the Director of the Department of Environmental Protection to establish a system to approve certain low PAH sealants and generally amend the laws governing water quality. A T&E committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, June 13th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business, June 10th, so that your views can be included in the material which staff will prepare for the committee's work session. Also important to highlight that if you'd like to follow the progress of a council bill, the council website has a subscribe function. Go to the council's website and use the View Council Records and Legislative Updates link to learn how. For item 14th, we have Josh White, Sean Campbell, and Tom Decker. Okay, we'll start with Mr. White. There's a button at the base of the microphone. It'll turn red. There you go.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. My name is Josh White, Perry White, Ross and Jacobson on behalf of the Pavement Coatings Technology Council. We appreciate the opportunity to speak today. We would very much like to, this is a very complicated issue, a lot of science and chemistry that we won't get in today. But we hope to hear today, you're going to hear from two gentlemen who have businesses in Maryland that would be directly affected by this legislation, and we hope to explain a little bit about some of our questions that we have on this bill, and that we hope that will open up a discussion about what we consider, some concerns about the bill, about what its goals are actually going to be, how we're actually going to get there, and hopefully we could avoid any kind of unintended consequences about how it might affect the transportation safety of the county residents. And hopefully for us, we would very much welcome the opportunity to sit down with members of the county government and others trying to figure out this issue, environmental groups, and hopefully with our industry, so we could find a equitable solution to reach the goals that this bill is intended. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Sean Campbell.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, so we can start the timer. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Campbell.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. My name's Sean Campbell. I'm with Seaboard Asphalt. We're a Maryland manufacturer for the last 90 years of a variety of type of pavement sealants. We're a United Steelworker Union facility located in Baltimore. I'm in opposition to this bill as it's written, but would highly like to endorse an opportunity to do a committee effort between industry, environmental personnel and the council in developing maybe a better version of the bill. As you know, the original bill was to ban the use of coal tar, which one of the problems listed in this current bill is that opened a whole other bag of worms. And with the language that's written in this current bill, I think you're doing the same type of thing. We're opening up another whole bag of worms, which could include some real budget-busting items for the Department of Highways. The restrictions for the PAH materials, not only is one of the questions that we have is the randomness of the 0.1. Not really sure where that level comes in as being an important or why that's a factor. The other part is the calculation of the 0.1, where they have a 0.1 PAH by weight. Typically, the really only certified EPA testing method is by volume, and there isn't one by weight. So really not sure how that, as well as that opens up opportunities with no definition on how that's calculated for companies or to be able to submit product that may pose to be compliant but may not be, and maybe opening up some legal challenges on that end. As well as this new bill encompasses products that are used for other applications by the County Department of Highways, where you've invested hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in application equipment, and the materials for crack sealing, for slurry sealing, for chip sealing applications, that those products would become, because we also manufacture those types of materials for the county, could become non-compliant for use in the county, where not only would it affect, but the use of the existing materials that are available, but that the those materials could cost in excess of 400% of what the current budget is for materials for highway repair and maintenance.
Thank you so much. Mr. Decker. There you go.
Good afternoon, President and council members. Appreciate the opportunity. My name is Tom Decker. I am with Sealmaster. We have a manufacturing plant in Cockeysville, Maryland. We manufacture coal tar, the LP-based pavement sealers that they're attempting to ban in this bill, and asphalt emulsions as well. Where I'm going with this is that asphalt maintenance saves the county residents and business owners a lot of money. If you seal coat asphalt every 4 years after it's a parking lot or a driveway is paved, you can push the the need for milling and repaving that driveway pretty much down the road 25, 30 years. What's going to happen is if they they've already eliminated coal tar. If they eliminate another one, that only leaves one opportunity left. The confusion is going to probably just make people think that pavement sealer is bad in general. And so what's going to happen is there's going to be, unsealed asphalt is going to have to be repaved within 10 to 12 years of being done. So the environmental damage of milling and overlaying is so much more significant than, this is what pavement sealer is. It's it's comparable to paint. So if you could imagine the cost that would be incurred if they banned paint and you weren't allowed to paint wood, houses or fence anymore, the replacement costs are going to be dramatically greater. So if we are not able to maintain asphalt with a seal coat in Montgomery County, it's going to cost, residents and business owners much more to replace their asphalt instead of maintaining it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much. And as sponsor of the bill, I guess I'm the they that you referred to in terms of who's pushing this and moving forward. We as a county move forward with this bill because of its damage on the environment. The U.S. Geological Survey has continued to talk about the risks, and it's the reason why both Montgomery County as well as the District of Columbia and Prince George's County all together banned coal tar sealants to make sure that we were protecting our environment and making sure that our waterways were safer. And certainly, I would think the indication of seeing the healthiness of our waterways and our continued push towards the Chesapeake Bay and its overall healthiness is due to a lot of the small things that we do as a locality. And so I look forward to working with you guys. If there certainly are some things that we can do to ensure that we're moving forward, I would just let you know that both Prince George's, as I'm sure you're aware, as well as the District of Columbia, are also looking to move forward with going to the .1 when it comes to PAH restrictions. It's not a random number. It's something that we've seen across the United States, Michigan, Austin, Texas, everywhere that's progressive in terms of their treatment of the environment has certainly been embracing this new standard. And so I just want to let you know that I too look forward to rolling up my sleeves and working with you and the T&E committee. But I think that it's very clear that we need to do something to ensure that as folks ask us to address climate change and the issues that we're seeing in our communities, we've got to do it on all aspects. So thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you. And just a reminder, the T&E committee work session is right now tentatively scheduled for Thursday, June 13th. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, item 15, it's a public hearing on a resolution to approve the Enterprise Fund Stabilization Factor. Action is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, May 15th, and there are no speakers for this item. Moving on to item 16, that's a public hearing on an amendment to the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission's FY19 to 24 CIP for the Department of Parks in the amount of $2,500,000 for local parks acquisition. A Fed committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, April 24th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business today so that your views can be included in the material, which staff will prepare for the committee's consideration. For item 16, we have Casey Anderson and Grace Rivera Oven. I don't see Grace. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. This would allow us to use the state's program open space funding for acquisition of a substantial piece of property in West Bard area. I wanted to thank Councilmember Friedson, who helped us explain this transaction to the Board of Public Works and get their approval, because he knows a couple of folks in Annapolis. And just wanted to observe that and point out that we are getting these park acquisitions done. When we adopt master plans, often we hear people in the community and sometimes even people on the council express some skepticism about whether they're ever going to happen or whether they'll happen in our lifetimes, and we're very excited to see those moving forward. Obviously, we've had some successful acquisitions in Bethesda as well with park impact payments, and we're looking at a couple, and I'm looking at you, Council President Navarro, and Wheaton, that we're very excited about moving forward over the next several months. So just wanted to let you know that we're getting those transactions done, and I think it's very exciting to see them, especially in the more intensively developed areas of the county, to support some of the development that you've approved as part of the master plans.
Thank you so much. I don't see Ms. Rivera Ovens, so I'll turn it over to Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly commend you and Mike Riley and the rest of the Parks team. The proposal that you mentioned, I think, was a really creative way to create open public space and urban environment in Bethesda in an expensive area with a creative approach to the way that the acquisition was handled, and pleased to be able to have helped a little bit, but really the credit goes to, I think, the Parks Department in particular for a really thoughtful way of figuring out how we are creative about the acquisitions of our parks to save taxpayers money, but to make sure that we are still fulfilling what we said we were going to do, which is to create the type of public open spaces and amenities that they expect and I believe deserve. So credit to you and credit to the team, and please send them my personal appreciation, because I am really looking forward to having that park online, and it is part of a broader effort, not only with Willett Branch and some of the other acquisitions as part of that property, but the broader effort of some of our urban areas and making sure we have the public green open spaces. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, this public hearing is closed, and now we're going to move on to item 17. It's a public hearing on a supplemental appropriation to the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission's FY19 capital budget and amendment to the FY19 to 24 CIP, Department of Parks, in the amount of $2,853,000 for acquisition of non-local parks. A Fed committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, April 24th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business today, so that your views can be included in the material which staff will prepare for the committee's consideration. There are no speakers for this item, so this public hearing is closed. All right, colleagues, so now we are going to move on to item 18. And this is a presentation and discussion on a OLO report. This is report 2018-13, the two-generation approach to poverty in immigrant communities. So those of you who are here for this discussion, please approach the front table. All right, so as we begin this conversation, I would really like to acknowledge Natalia Carrizosa from OLO, who worked on this particular report. She is obviously enjoying the wonders of motherhood, and we wish her well and the baby and the family. And so we're thrilled that she's able to spend that very important time with her newborn, and we're very happy to be here in the presence of such a distinguished panel to have this conversation. Let me also acknowledge and thank Councilmember Albornoz, Chair of HHS, as well as Councilmember Rice, Chair of Education and Culture, because even though it was originally slated to go to the Joint Committee, I really felt strongly that this was worthy of a whole council discussion. And this particular item, I think, stems from a lot of our committee deliberations and conversations over the year regarding how to best address the issue of two-generation approach to poverty in immigrant communities, because every year we are faced with a lot of great ideas and great proposals, and sometimes we would love to expand certain programs, so we would love to look at different models, but we don't necessarily, I think, as the council, have the necessary time built in to go very deep into some of these policy questions, take stock in terms of where we are and how to strategically then invest our dollars. And sometimes it might just be that we look at some of those programs that we have been investing in for quite a while and then restructure, realign, the work. And I know Ms. McMillan, who has stepped in as well, as we were having a discussion about this, she did mention that I think one of the panelists talks about the fact that it is about a strategy. It's not about models, and that really, really resonated with me. And so this was a report that I requested, but I know that every one of my colleagues at one point or another has really, been engaged, again, not only in deliberations, but also in putting forth particular proposals. This is a great time to take stock because it's a new administration, it's a new council, and I think that this is an important moment, defining moment for us to look towards how could we best, boost, how can we best scale many of these initiatives. We have also known, because of the demographic data that we have received, that, and many of those points are addressed here on the packet, that this is a community that continues to grow, and therefore it is obviously imperative that we continue to take a look at this. So I do want to thank Ms. Gina Adams, who's a senior fellow of the Urban Institute, Megan McHugh, director of the Migration Policies Institute, National Center on Immigrant Integration Policy, Ms. Monica Martin, who is from the Department of Health and Human Services. She's acting administrator for Child, Adolescent, School, and Community-Based Services. Kelly McLeave, Chief Executive Officer, Family Services Incorporated. Meredith Myers, Division Director, Early Childhood and Family Transition Services, Family Services Incorporated. This is the list that I have here. But I will turn it over to Ms. McMillan to walk us through the conversation and the presentation, and see where we go from here, and entertain questions from my colleagues.
So the order that we have for you today is to first hear from Ms. Rubin at OLO, and she's going to give you a brief presentation
Leslie
of some
Rubin
of
from OLO, she's here too.
some of the key points from the report. And then we would hear from Ms. Adams of the Urban Institute and Ms. McHugh of Migration Policy Institute, who have very full presentations for you. And then we've asked a couple of our partners in the county. It's obviously we have many more partners in the county who are working to find a two-generation approach to addressing poverty, but we've asked, Monica Martin is here on behalf of McHale. Ms. Stevens could not be here today, and so she can help to speak to the issue about language and literacy. And then Family Services has several programs, but in particular programs that get addressed in a two-generation approach, including Early Head Start and the Family Discovery Center and Linkages to Learning. We'll get some brief comments from them as well.
Ms. Rubin.
Thank you. I'm Leslie Rubin from OLO, and I'm here on behalf of Natalia, who was this report's author and who is currently on maternity leave. So I'm going to present the findings from Natalia's report on two-generation approaches to poverty in immigrant communities. And before I begin, Natalia asked me to thank the numerous individuals in the county government, MCPS, and all of the other organizations that she worked with who provided insights for the report. So I'm going to start today with some background on the report and on two-generation approaches to poverty. And I'll review some data points about low-income immigrant families in Montgomery County. I'll summarize what OLO heard from stakeholders in the county regarding the challenges faced by low-income immigrant families. And I'll describe some research about literature on two-generation approaches serving immigrant families and recommended practices from programs. So this is the second report that the council's requested about two-generation approaches to poverty. In FY16, OLO reviewed programs on two-generation approaches implemented in other jurisdictions and looked at the success factors leading to success in those programs. This new report builds on the first report, and it examines how two-generation approaches to poverty can have successful outcomes for low-income immigrant families specifically. And while the report does identify programs in the county that use elements of two-generation approaches, an evaluation of the programs was outside the scope of the report. But we do, as you heard, have speakers today who are involved in and will speak about some programs in the county. The report also focuses on recommended practices based on research on two-generation programs in other jurisdictions and on stakeholder observations on the needs of low-income immigrant families in Montgomery County. So the two-generation approach to poverty seeks to combat intergenerational poverty, when poverty is passed from one generation to another in a family. Two-generation programs seek to disrupt the cycle of poverty by providing services for children and adults from the same family. In the past, two-generation programs tended to be either child-focused or adult-focused, and today researchers recommend that a whole family approach in which programs offer similar levels and quality of services for both generations. So a little bit of data about immigrant populations in Montgomery County. The Census Bureau estimated that approximately 335 residents in 2016 were foreign-born, and 9% of the residents were under the poverty threshold. Just over a third of the foreign-born residents were from Latin America and another third from Asia, and 11% of the residents from Latin America were below the poverty threshold, and 7% of the residents from Asia were. Also in the county, estimates show that just over 57,000 children lived below 200% of the poverty threshold, which was just under $50,000 a year for a family of four. And of these, 68% live with only foreign-born parents, and another 3% live with at least one foreign-born parent. So the target population for two-generation programs in Montgomery County is primarily composed of immigrant families. On this slide, we're looking at languages spoken by adults under the poverty threshold in Montgomery County. Just under half speak English at home, and about a quarter speak Spanish, and then a little more than a quarter speak a variety of other languages. So when designing programs to serve low-income families, it's important to bear in mind that Spanish is the most common language other than English spoken by low-income adults, but a similar proportion of the population speaks languages other than English and Spanish. As part of the project, OLO interviewed 28 representatives from the Department of Health and Human Services, the Office of Community Partnerships, MCPS, Family Services, and WorkSource Montgomery, who work with low-income immigrant families in the county to better understand the challenges the families face. And we learned that many immigrants do not access government services and programs due to a variety of issues, including a growing and significant fear of deportation and other immigration-related consequences, as well as language and cultural barriers. So consequently, the full extent of the need may not be apparent. So it's important to use data where possible to identify area of needs and to develop strategies to reach populations. One strategy mentioned by stakeholders for reaching immigrant communities is to provide place-based services, offering services in communities that are being served rather than requiring people to travel to government locations. And another theme that was heard is that many low-income immigrant families have numerous and often urgent other needs, which may need to be addressed in order to have them be successful in two-generation programs. And needs include lack of access to health services, insecure and substandard housing conditions, histories of trauma and family separation, and low levels of formal education. So the Migration Policy Institute released a report in 2016 that described successful practices used in 11 two-generation programs across the country that serve immigrant communities. This slide highlights several of the success factors in those programs, and while not each program provided all of these services, they typically provide some combination, including child-focused services like early childhood education and parenting education, and adult-focused services like adult education and workforce development. And the programs also typically provide additional support for families to address needs like case management and home visits. So taking all of this together, these last two slides summarize OLO's findings. And first, the most common theme in the literature that we saw, as well as interviews with stakeholders, is that having a diverse and culturally and linguistically competent staff is a key success factor for two-generation programs that serve immigrant families. And second, as I mentioned earlier, low-income immigrant families often face barriers to accessing government services and may often have numerous and urgent needs. So two-generation programs may need to employ a wide range of tools to address issues such as place-based services. The Migration Policy Institute's report also highlights comprehensive case management as a critical piece for two-generation programs in order to assess families' needs and connect them with useful supports and services. And then third, and specific to early childhood education, immigrant families often participate in early childhood education programs at lower rates than non-immigrant families. And there's a common misperception that this is a result of cultural preferences on the part of immigrant families to have their children cared for by family members. However, academic research studies don't support that perception. What researchers have found is that immigrant families often face barriers in accessing the programs, so two-generation programs must ensure that early childhood components of the programs are accessible to immigrant families and linguistically competent. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, two-generation programs that serve immigrant families often include adult education and English language components. And these types of basic skills are critical pieces that can be incorporated into workforce development programs so that participants can start developing job-related skills earlier on rather than having to complete an adult education piece before starting employment-focused training programs. So that concludes my presentation on OLO's report. And next, I believe we'll hear from Gina Adams from the Urban Institute, and I can try and answer questions if you have any.
Okay, I'm actually going to turn to Ms. McMillan, who's going to introduce our panelists.
Yes.
Yes. And then we'll pause for questions after the panelists' presentations.
So while the presentation's coming up, I just want to introduce, and we're so thankful for the panelists for coming today, Gina Adams, and she's a senior fellow at the Center on Labor, Human Services, and Population at the Urban Institute. She's a national expert on factors that shape the affordability, quality, and supply of child care and early education services, and the ability of low-income families to benefit from them. Since the mid-1980s, she's worked on a range of child care and early education programs, including child care subsidies, Head Start and Early Start, state pre-kindergarten and two-generation models, and instability and children's well-being, and quality initiatives. She's a co-director of Urban's Kids in Context initiative that's cutting across disciplines to understand families and communities, and also Urban's Bridging the Gap effort that examines the intersection of child care needs and workforce development.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for inviting me today. I've been asked to cover about 12,000 reports that we've done in 20 minutes, so I'm going to go fast and then presume that we have time for conversation later. So the focus today is two sets of areas of work that we've done. Yeah. One is work that we've done called Bridging the Gap, which is really focusing on connecting childcare to low-income parents who need education and training, and how do you bring the workforce development and the childcare systems for low-income parents. We've done about 12 studies on that, and we're releasing 3 more on Thursday, so there's more coming. And then we've done 2 recent studies on childcare for parents who work non-traditional hours, which overlaps because a lot of parents who need it for education and training also have non-traditional schedules. So these are overlapping work. None of this focuses specifically on immigrant families, but I think you will see lots of the stories, and we can talk more about the connections later. So looking first at the Bridging the Gap, I think I already said that. What we've done here is really done kind of broad data gathering through interviews and secondary data collection, sometimes primary. And we've done a lot of different angles on it. Overview of the problem, overview of the 2 systems, looking at the policies within each system, opportunities under reauthorization, local practices, partnership strategies, kind of every side of the elephant that you can come up with. And they're all available at this website that I have there. Or you can just look up under my name and you'll find a lot of them as well. So first, what do we know about the need for this? This is a bunch of data, but the bottom line is that there's a lot, about the 23 million low-income parents, about 60% of them have a high school credential or less. And I think you all know that the reason why that matters is that education makes a big difference in your lifetime earnings and employment. 1 in 6 U.S. adults has basic or lower levels of literacy. Almost a third have basic or lower levels of numeracy. Now, if you just stop and think about what that means, that's a lot of people. Only 1 in 10 parents, low-income parents, are enrolled in education and training. Of half of those who are employed, half of them are working as well, and half of those who work are working full-time. Half of those who work full-time are also going to school full-time. So if you just I want you to think this is not just people who are going to a training program. This is people who are mixing and matching education, work, training, whatever. Many of these people are single, low income, they have younger kids, 42% have a child younger than 3. We know infant toddler care is a particular challenge. So they face some pretty significant challenges. And of the low income parents who are not in education and training and not working, they have even lower levels of education, with 2/3 of them having a high school credential or less. So this is why we're concerned. We think that meeting the child care needs of these families is a particularly important issue if you're trying to help them support their education and training. So the challenges, I think, are pretty straightforward. It's very complicated. I mean, child care is hard anyway, right? Any of us who's looked for it, including myself, being a national expert, it's very hard. But if you're trying to do this for education and training, often coupled with work, it's very complicated to find things that will match that. And then you have the extra challenge of non-traditional and unstable work schedules, which I'll talk more about at the end in my second part of my talk. There's very limited information about child care options in general, and particularly about these kinds of options. There's obviously huge financial constraints, and there's limited access to things like subsidies or low-cost or free care. And as you all know, there's probably just a limited supply of good quality care, period. So even if and there's particularly low quality and limited supply for particular populations, infants and toddlers, families living in rural areas, non-traditional hours, et cetera. So meeting those folks' needs involves, unfortunately, multiple very devolved, and I'm going to use systems in air quotes because they're not systems. If you look first at the workforce development system, there's WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. It's kind of a key player. I know there's folks here who can talk more about what's going on here in Montgomery County in this area. It supports workforce development for a very broad population. Its target is not low-income parents. It's one of their targets, but not the main one. The state set direction allows a lot of flexibility at the local level, but there's really limited funding for supportive services in general, and childcare is very expensive. So asking WIOA to fix this is really hard, though some folks are trying. There's also the post-secondary, how do you connect this with 2 years and 4-year colleges? There's some interesting work going on in that area. And then there's other providers, Goodwills, the various kind of providers of income and training, low-income training and education. The second quote-unquote system is the Child Care Early Education System. There, the Child Care and Development Fund, or CCDF, is kind of the key player, but we have a problem there too. My area is much more the child care side. Only 1 out of 7 kids eligible under federal limits are served nationwide. So we don't have enough money to serve even a fraction of the need. The eligibility is set at the state level in terms of the caps, and Maryland actually, in terms of being eligible, families being eligible if they're in education and training, is relatively more open than some states. Some states have a lot of constraints. So Maryland actually seems to allow, from what we could see, parents in education and training to get it. And I have to apologize, the numbers on this slide are just crazy. I did not realize how incoherent they were. So the second bullets, 17% of the families who aren't on TANF, who are on your CCDF caseload, are there for education and training purposes. So I don't know what I was trying to say at midnight the other night when I was writing that, but that doesn't make sense. So, Maryland is among the top 10 in the proportion of the CCDF caseload that's getting it for this. So 17% is actually relatively high as the US goes. A lot of states have like 2%. So it's good, but there's just not enough money. So even if you open the doors more, you're going to be dislodging somebody else from the system, and states are really struggling with those kinds of trade-offs. There's also state pre-K and Head Start. They usually serve 3- and 4-year-olds, not full day, full working day, not full year. Then there's state and local funding initiatives, and I think this is why you guys are part of this conversation. Local can be a big player or can be a non-existent player, depending on the locality you're talking to. And then, of course, there's TANF, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. They're part of the system because they provide cash assistance, but they require parents to work. And in most states, that population is a very high priority for getting child care assistance since they have to meet work requirements. So they often get the child care assistance. They're kind of first in line. It's not a huge number of people anymore in that program, but it's important. So the system level problems are both WIOA and CCDF have very inadequate funding. They often have, not as much in Maryland, but even here, low-income parents who need education and training and need child care as a result are probably a pretty low priority for both systems. They both have policies and incentives that can create some real barriers to serving these families. They operate often very separately. They're very complex. They operate at different levels of government. State eligibility and child care set at the state level. WIOA has a lot of stuff going on at the local level. So it's a complex way of issue to pull those two pieces together. They're also, both of them, even though it shouldn't seem new anymore, they both were reauthorized within the last 5 years and went through massive changes. They still have very competing priorities, so you can say you want them to serve education and training and child care, but then they're going to say, so who do I kick off, right? What am I going to do with employed parents? I'm going to put them on the waiting list. So it's not an easy decision making. And they both have some disincentives to serve this population. And then, of course, we have the very major inadequacy of the child care market. So what are some local strategies? We have a lot more information in a report that's just on local strategies. This is a very high-level summary. But what needs to happen is that this is not a simple, what the answer is going to vary very much depending on the realities of the families in your community. So if you have a lot of people going to school and they're going to school during the daytime and that's all they're doing, it's a very different answer than if you have a lot of people doing evening courses or weekend courses. So the answer is not going to be simple. You need to assess the needs and identify the partners that can meet those needs. Really thinking about designing the education and training that in a way that thoughtful about childcare needs, like if it's useful, can you do those during the day and not require evening and weekend? Or if people are, again, it needs to be tailored, but be conscious. Do cohort models so that people have other folks around them that maybe they can work out childcare arrangements together. Really make sure that childcare needs are assessed as part of the intake and planning and ongoing supports for families that are going through this. Childcare needs change. You don't have the same decisions for a 1-year-old as you do a 3-year-old, or suddenly your mom moves out of town. So these things are not stable, they change, and you need to have somebody who's paying attention over time. Helping families find and understand what options are in their community, particularly around non-traditional options, that can be very complicated. Helping families access subsidies, or if there's gaps in the system, figuring out how you can help them get childcare assistance, and then really thinking about how do you facilitate a supply of affordable care. These are huge issues. I'm not trying to say, oh yeah, you can just check these off. These are all big topics. Some of them are more doable than others, but they're all, I think, important to recognize as being part of the challenge. Okay, so that's my lightning trip through the Bridging the Gap project. And this is a mother who was kicked out of a training program because her child was too noisy, walking downstairs as she's going home. So that's just to end that one. And now a quick overview of 2 studies that we've done, recently released, on parents needing non-traditional childcare. The first one was a big study that we did looking nationwide on the movement of the childcare system to be focusing much more on childcare centers and the way that's disconnecting the system from many families who can't really use centers, like families needing non-traditional care. So that's the first study. And then the second study is colleagues just did a very in-depth, very interesting study that you guys might want to think about trying to do here on looking in DC. They were funded by the DC government to look at a micro level of what's going on. So big picture, almost 3 in 5 low-income children younger than 6 with working parents are in households where all the principal caretakers work at least some hours before 8 a.m. and after 6 p.m. So that's more than half, right? So to start off, and about a fourth of those children, the majority of their caretakers' hours were outside of work those hours. Maryland tracks instantly those national averages exactly. 58% I went and checked because we have these by state, and Maryland is exactly on the national average, which is unusual. Variable and unpredictable schedules, which are just murder for families trying to find childcare, are also very common. This is just for early career workers, so it's not for everybody, but national data found that about 38% of early career workers received 1 week or less notice of their work schedule. 74% report that the number of hours they work varies from week to week. Numbers are even higher for low-wage, part-time workers, occupations such as food service, retail sales, and home health care. So this is pretty complicated for any of you who had kids. It's not an easy thing to do. So not surprising, nationally we find that they're much more likely to use home-based providers, family, friend, and neighbor caregivers, or they rely on multiple kinds of arrangements to kind of patch together. Home-based programs are much more likely to provide this kind of care than centers. A lot of centers just create their work hours and that's it. You don't go over, you don't have weekends. And very seldom have flexible scheduling. So even finding part-time center-based care, if it's a full-time center, is hard. So looking at how these things play out in DC was really interesting. So this is not my study. I can tell you what I see here, but I'm not the expert on it. So DC mandated a study of this issue. They defined, everybody has a different definition. They defined non-traditional hours as 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can choose Monday through Friday, or if they operate on a 24-hour basis. So that's how they defined non-traditional programs. And this study was very interesting. It looked at both demand and supply and using a blend of different kinds of methods. I'm going to give you a very high-level summary. So DC is going to look different than Montgomery County because it's a very different model. So some of these numbers I think are going to reflect similar things that you'll find, and some will be very different. Like this one, my guess is probably would be different. But in DC, 60% operated only during traditional hours. 40% were licensed, doesn't mean they do it, were licensed to provide care beyond the 7 to 6 time frame. Most of those that were licensed to provide care beyond that time frame, you'll see in this, most of them in the morning time, they're open at 6. That's as early as it goes. So it's not like they're providing care at 5 o'clock in the morning if you have a 6 o'clock start time. So that seemingly group of folks that are doing this, it's already, we're starting to see some kind of cutting down of who's actually really providing. And then we find a similar thing in the evening. So you find most of them close by 7. So even this group, you'll see that there's not a whole lot. The next one is where we look at demand. You find the highest demand in healthcare, retail, accommodation, and food services. I think this is going to be common across the country. This is what we found elsewhere. Healthcare also, then other occupations, you can see they're all listed here as well, but it varies depending on where you work. The potential demand, this is when parents are working. This is a hard graph to read, it took me a little while. So the bottom longest line is weekend. So this is families, the number of families who worked in DC who work on weekends. The next longest are both first thing in the morning, it goes from morning up to evening if you go from bottom to up. So you'll see the next is the earliest in the morning, and the next highest is the latest in the evening. And then, they're right around the beginning and ending of the normal day, and then it goes less and less and less as you get overnight, but it's not ever zero, right? So you'll have 1,500 people who need it from 1 to 2 in the morning. So it's an interesting challenge if you think about what supply is going to work for that, but it means to me that you need to start breaking this apart a little bit. Some of this could be addressed by simply encouraging centers to extend their hours, an hour or two more in the evening and the morning. Some of these really we need to think about other strategies. School-age care was the biggest group, which is interesting. I think there's been a lot of ignoring, and at least nationally, I don't know what you guys have been doing here. School-age kids have become kind of the folks that nobody talks about anymore. We're all focusing on early childhood, which I believe in early childhood, but somehow school-age kids are not really part of the conversation as much. The stakeholders we didn't talk to parents, but they say what you think. Most workers rely on friend and family. Most people want care either very close to home or near work. They prefer different kinds of settings for different ages. Also, it doesn't say here for different times of day, what you want at 6 o'clock in the evening is probably very different than what you want at 2 o'clock in the morning. And transportation and cost and also safety were very big issues for them. And then employers also saw this as a very big challenge for their business. They saw this as reducing the qualified labor pool and that they really didn't know how to help families, though they felt it was important. So thank you for flying with me through lots of different studies, and I'll be happy to answer questions later.
Thank you so much. So I think we're going to go ahead and go through all the panels, and then we'll pause for questions or comments. Thank you very much.
Oh, does somebody need? Yes. There, sorry. It's that side, left side.
Next, we're going to hear from Margie McHugh, who is the director of the Migration Policy Institute's National Center on Immigrant Integration Policy. The center is a national hub for leaders in government, community affairs, business, and academia to obtain the insights and knowledge they need to respond to the challenges and opportunities that today's high rates of immigration pose for communities across the United States. It provides in-depth research, policy analysis, technical assistance, training, and information resource services on a broad range of immigrant integration issues. Her work focuses on education quality and access issues for immigrants and their children from early childhood through K-12 and adult and post-secondary and workforce skills programs. She also leads the center's work seeking a more coordinated federal response to immigrant integration needs and impacts and a more workable system for recognition of the education and work experience immigrants bring with them to the United States.
Great. Thank you. Thanks so much for inviting me to share some of our work and to learn from people who are so deeply involved in trying to figure out how to address these common challenges related to immigrant and refugee families. So I'll just say that my work and my team's work is one of the major programs within the Migration Policy Institute. MPI, as we call it, has both a global program looking at migration policies that very much also looks at integration issues. Our program is focused mostly in the United States. And then I think you may even, some of the teams from here might also be involved in some of the work that we have through another program that looks at Central America and Mexico, U.S., North America issues. But in any event, we at our center are very focused on education and training pipeline issues. And so it kind of is, I'm cherry picking here today from a bunch of the different pieces of work we've been involved in, because they're you could categorize so much of it as two-generation focused. And so in thinking about that, what I thought I would sort of pull out and walk through is just a little bit of the basics of how, just set up a little bit the unique needs of immigrant and refugee families, I was asked to talk a little bit about successful programs and approaches, so I'll expand a little bit on what was presented in terms of out of the OLO memo. Very much would like to speak about challenges and opportunity post the passage of WIOA, because I think that's just a critical piece of what's going wrong and not very visible. And then we're actually sort of on a similar journey to you over the last few years after doing our two-generation report and trying to think about fixes. And so that's the last piece of what I'd like to talk about in terms of what I think truly is a paradigm shift in adult education programming. So just to start, we're often asked, because when we are sort of working with our two-gen hats on and trying to speak with folks who are policymakers or folks who are running programs, very often we see that the indicators for poverty or for things like home visiting, a program that there's a lot of excitement about in terms of trying to address two-generation issues, you will barely see indicators for immigrants in how folks for that program are selected in many states. And so we just try to break it out and say, well, there's the usual poverty indicators and also some of the indicators that parents might need more help with parenting and with their children. But if you then look at factors related to immigrant and refugee families, it's very important to make sure as part of your data you're looking at whether folks have low or no English proficiency. Definitely the issues related to trauma, lack of U.S. cultural or systems knowledge, immigration status related stressors. These are all things you're probably hearing testimony about pretty regularly in terms of programming here at the council. And then lack of social capital and networks is part of the literature more generally in terms of anti-poverty approaches, but it can be a very big issue also for immigrant and refugee families. So just the two-generation report that was cited in the OLO memo was accompanied by a fairly substantial socio-demographic analysis, and we pushed out, I think it was about 30 state fact sheets off of that report to try and make more visible in large immigrant receiving states what were some of the characteristics that would be important for thinking about two-gen and immigrant and refugee family policies. And so you already heard the better data down at the county level. I think it was that roughly 71% of the family poverty population in Montgomery Council is with families that have at least one form or parents, usually both. But just from the Maryland fact sheet, I wanted to pull out the issue related to health insurance, that in the state, not only are immigrants disproportionately low income, immigrant families with young children disproportionately low income, very much more likely to lack health insurance compared to the native born. And then a key theme throughout what I'm going to be speaking about, that many of the parents of young children are LEP and or have low levels of education, and that this is a really big issue in terms of them accessing workforce programs in a way that I think isn't very intuitive for folks who are either in policy positions or, well, mostly folks who are making some of the laws around this. So in terms of, I don't know if we could run this for you at the Montgomery County level. I think we have sufficient sample size, so I can go back and check if it's of interest. But I just want to say that it's very important to be understanding that very often the immigrant parents of young children aren't just lacking a high school diploma or equivalent, but they may have less than an 8th grade education. And this is a big stumbling point for our adult ed programs, never mind for workforce training programs. And that it really is a whole different way then of approaching that population and the expectations that are going to be set. So you can see here that statewide, and obviously Montgomery County residents are a huge piece of this, 21% versus 4%. And when you're talking native-born populations, it is almost unheard of for you to encounter somebody who has less than an 8th grade education. So when you think of how systems have been designed and how adult ed has grown up over the last 50 years, it's only in the last 15 years or so that they're encountering people who have such low levels of education. And so I just, let's bookmark that. And then the other difficult dynamic is the overlay of limited English proficiency with low levels of education, because almost all of our systems are set up to have you first address your English proficiency issues, secondly, to then obtain a high school diploma or equivalent, and only then to be able to access a workforce training program. And so this is exhausting. It's very difficult for folks to set up their lives to be able to attend what may be 1,500 hours, maybe more, of formal classes. So it's the childcare that you were speaking about, Gina, and transportation, opportunity costs, all those sorts of issues come into play. So just for a moment to get back to the key findings of the report, because I did want to call out a few things that I thought would be possible takeaways and actions that you might want to look at or think about. So on the issue of the use of data relevant to immigrant and refugee children and families, I gave you the home visiting, well, I didn't really tell you the home visiting example. So home visiting in many states is actually driven by folks who are in TANF. So you can imagine how few of your immigrant and refugee families here in the county are actually accessing TANF, and how many fewer will be once the new public charge rules come out, for example. And so low levels of education, English proficiency, cultural distance, that's a new way of looking at things too that is allowable in a sense, or spoken to under WIOA, that some of these things are issues that you might want to be thinking about. We think it's super important to be identifying, I've been talking mostly about parents, but for your kids to identify that they're dual language learners. Most systems hope that those kids will go away by the time they're in kindergarten and become English proficient. And so there's very little motivation for systems to identify kids early on as dual language learners, because that would invite the question of what are you doing differently to meet that child's needs when we already don't have a workforce that's really very linguistically and culturally proficient in most parts of the country to be able to deliver even basic services, never mind the overlay of the sort of language development in both languages in that 0 to 5 space. So I think it's critically important to be thinking about this. You might want to look, I'll just keep pointing to a few things, and we can go back to them in the weeks ahead if of interest, but New York State has come out with a new assessment tool for emergent multilingual learners that's looking at how, that is interview-based to understand how language is being used in the home with young children as then a guide for folks who are working with those children. So I think and Minnesota has really been on top of this issue. So there's a few places to look for how to think about that issue related to what sort of data do you want on these children and families. And then it's an obvious thing to say that the linguistic and cultural competences of workers are a core strength of the effective programs that we looked at. I would just say that it's a tremendous tension that everyone in the early childhood field is trying to balance between wanting to push the profession forward. Increased credentials is the strategy. That's what's being equated with quality, even though there's not much research about that making a very big difference. It's I would say more of a strategy to try and get better wages for those workers, but then at the same time that this drains your system of many of the linguistically and culturally competent workers that you have. And what we always say is, what immigrant parent is going to leave their children with someone that they can't tell them what kind of morning the child had, what they ate for breakfast, or find out what kind of a day they had? And so one of your issues here in Montgomery County is that you have what we would call a super diverse population, and that many systems barely can be competent in Spanish with trying to have linguistic and cultural competence for families that are Latino background Spanish speakers, and then to try and, we really haven't even developed practice for when you have 16 kids speaking 16 different languages, or even 8 different languages. And so we've started a whole branch of additional research into this question of super diversity, which is really just turning into a support group for lots of systems that are facing super diversity, but there's really no research even about practice. So we're more trying to find out, well, like, what are you doing, in these different sorts of programs, just to have there at least be able to be some shared kind of ideas around practice and system building. And then the other thing I wanted to call out was this, it's already identified and spoken about a little bit, but the idea that, that we have multifaceted challenges. I think we really shocked the people who funded our 2-gen support by saying that we thought community schools were one of the best 2-gen models that we found, and promised neighborhood zones, that's promised neighborhoods and those sort of zone-based projects. And it was because they were required to do such a thorough assessment, speaking to families about what their needs were, and then they stand back and say, oh, it's not just 6 services we need to be connected to 24 types of services, right? And so it creates such a network and such density locally, and so I would just say that this is another, it sounds like that's how you're already thinking, that, and actually in other work we've done, we had help manage a transatlantic learning community around early childhood programs, and what Australia, Canada, the UK speak about is joining up services that they feel that they, like we, have spent decades creating a lot of silos of anti-poverty programs, and the strategies for how do you join them up when they get to the local level, whether it's with network theory or collective impact theory. But that really is where we're at this point, and it's the very, very big challenge that connects, I would say, you know, very obviously to these questions around 2-gen. And so I would just say that it's a, you know, we really were not at all in our report impressed with the idea that there was a particular kind of program model, because really what it is this geographic thinking about what are the strategies and how do you support having the all of the different needs have some sort of a solution. So for the next few minutes that I have, I just wanted to focus in particular on the pieces of our report that then sent us on this journey. And we were a little bit surprised in doing the report to find that almost all the good programs we interviewed said, well, we used to be able to do a good job because we had family literacy programming money, or we had, you know, they had some sort of even start family literacy. These were the big programs that had been in effect and were sort of the entryway for many families in to be able to come as they were to services, usually with a child in tow. So it would happen very often at an elementary school where the older child was enrolled, the younger one came with the mother, there was childcare, and it was a whole literacy-focused set of programming. It was written into federal law. It existed for about 20, 25 years, and then it has gradually fallen into disfavor, in part with the reauthorization, the lead up to the reauthorization of WIOA, not realizing we were talking about 2 different populations. If you're talking about a population that maybe left high school at the 10th grade, well, of course, you want to accelerate that individual, get them to make the transition into post-secondary, get them an employer-recognized credential. It's very different if you're talking about a parent of a young child who's not in the workforce and cannot actually help you meet all these high-level requirements. And yet that's exactly what we did under the law, and it really has moved the system away from being able to serve parents of young children. And so, so I wanted to call out again, and I'm sure the numbers would probably look even a little more dramatic in that second bullet for Montgomery County. But just even for the state, the foreign-born parents of young children are 5 times more likely to not have completed high school than native-born parents, and 12% completed 8th grade or less compared to 1%. And then there's this 70% overlap of the population between LEP and low educated. So I think this is, you know, we see states and counties that aren't even breaking out their foreign-born families from their native-born families and just looking at poverty indicators. But in terms of your strategy, I feel so strongly that this is what you really need to be looking at. So I'll just say quickly about WIOA. I don't know, I just have been trying to manage my anger about it since the year or two up to its passage. I feel like they left family literacy in the language in there just not to provoke all the early childhood advocates and have them realize what was really happening under the law. But so as I said, it's very good for people who are just about ready to make a post-secondary transition, or to give them hope and support to make a post-secondary transition. But the main thing the law did was take the Title I workforce performance measures and apply them mandatorily to Title II, which is adult ed. And so the 6 things you're judged by now under adult ed are what sort of employment, is the person you served employed second quarter and fourth quarter after exiting your program? What level of, did they make a significant wage gain as a result of your program? Did they make a post-secondary transition or attain an employer-recognized credential from a post-secondary institution? Then there's just one indicator for adult ed, a level gain of English, just basic pre and post test, and then employer satisfaction with your program. So this has revolutionized what adult ed can do, narrowed its mission, and we think just has made creaming in those programs even more ferocious. And so obviously you're thinking you have McHale, you're funding that, but the problem is in most states, and all of their investment in adult ed is just for convenience lined up with those same performance outcomes. And at a minimum, it's lined up with pre and post test in English, as if that's the only thing that people need. So, the mission sort of we went on was to say, all right, how do we think about how to help the field adjust to what's happened with this, both from a parent-focused programming point of view, but also more generally that so many immigrants weren't able to get what they needed anyway from adult ed and workforce training, since the adult ed system only serves 4% of people in need nationally, even less in many states. So we produced this brief after about a year of talking with an advisory panel, and then have worked very closely with dozens of national and state policy organizations trying to think about how to move forward with creating a new type of adult ed programming that is that's certainly recognizable to the adult ed field. A lot of folks would say, well, this is what we always try to do. We just have to bring in a lot of private money in order to be able to do it. But basically, it would be a complement to the existing system that would not be not be tied to those WIOA 6 outcome measures, but instead focus truly just on long-term integration support of immigrant and refugee families, both parents and their children. And so, the challenges we were trying to address, you see there, were that if you stand back from the system and say, oh my goodness, California is putting in hundreds of millions of dollars into the system without ever thinking that it's putting it in there because it wants to help immigrants and refugees, and yet they're not connecting, right? In New York, I would not say Maryland. Maryland has not been such a big investor, but you all have at Montgomery County. But if you're putting money in thinking you're meeting immigrant and refugee needs, well, is the system really focused on the integration needs of families? And is it able to meet people where they're at? And so that was this one-year think with this advisory panel, and thinking about how to address we know we can't get you for 1,500 hours, so what's the most efficient way to try and get you started, and then figure out how to have you map and connect to what we might be able to offer you. So I always tell people who are in the field, don't read anything more than the first 3 pages because it's so obvious, but basically it's providing, for sure, English acquisition support, but it's also the knowledge and skills on integration topics, crucially, digital literacy and self-study skills. Most programs now have to teach, in a sense, to the test, pre and post test, even though that's just a snapshot of English language a level gain in English when you came to solve a bunch of life problems, and instead you're trying to just get this gain on the pre and post test measures. And then the supporting the development of individual and family success plans is meant to do exactly what the 2-generation report found was needed, that you need to have a zone, you need to have a set of partners working together, but you need that to be visible to the person that you want to have access those services. And so much of that is not visible to families, and there's no way that that's actually being systematically transmitted to them. So I just wanted to say we didn't come to Maryland to try and implement this just because the state was so sold on WIOA. It's part, when Tom Perez was here as the DOL commissioner, adult ed was pulled underneath, put in the service of these higher level outcomes. Nothing wrong with that, but there wasn't enough of an on-ramp then. And then it didn't feel like it was fertile ground right now. So we have efforts starting in the states that you see up there, and parent-focused programming is going to be one of the two main pieces for implementation of this type of programming in 5 of the 7 states for sure: California, Colorado, Illinois, New York, and Washington. And specifically in Colorado and New York, they're going to try and do specifically develop a 2-generation focused version of this type of programming. So of course we'd be happy to sort of have have a way for those efforts to be connected if they're of interest to anything that you might be thinking of doing here. And certainly a number of those states, the governors came in on very big early childhood investments as part of their platform. And so the thought is that maybe there could be very productive braiding across those early childhood investments that are having a hard time, frankly, with working well with immigrant and refugee families, and having that freeing up some of the adult ed money to do what it kind of naturally wants to do when it's being offered in immigrant dense areas, but doesn't really get the support for that as part of their mission. And then the last thing I wanted to say was, last thing I wanted to say was about, I don't know if there's a way to get me back, one slide earlier. So we owe a priority of service. I just wanted to point out that in your broader look in the OLO memo, there is talk about workforce training programs, and workforce training programs. Thank you. I'll just go forward. So workforce training programs have a pretty abysmal track record of serving anyone who is limited English proficient or low educated. In many states, it was the law that they send someone who was low educated or LEP over to adult ed and never serve them. And so at the very last minute before WIOA was passed, when a lot of us complained that it was about to just make creaming just incredibly ferocious, and there would be no equity under implementation of the law, at the last minute, the priority of service for folks who were basic skills deficient was slipped into the law. And it is pretty much not being implemented anywhere. But so it means that, I think even in your county, there are a few slots, as Gina said, and as I'm sure you all know. And because they have to meet those wage gain and other outcome measures, they have more than enough people to try and meet them who aren't so hard to serve. And so I think from a 2-gen perspective, if you're expecting to get any help from them, everything mitigates against that. And so thinking about how to have either bringing forward people and saying legally you're required to serve these people, or trying to find ways to make it more realistic to have them do that and not lose their shirts under the federal dollars, that we're not going to make progress there because they're just between a rock and a hard place, and the state hasn't moved very aggressively to implement the priority of service. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. McHugh. This is really, really enlightening. All right, who's next?
So Monica Martin is here from the Department of Health and Human Services, and she's going to just speak a little bit about McHale's efforts.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Again, for the record, as Linda said, I'm the acting administrator for Child and Adolescent School and Community-Based Services in HHS. But I'm here representing McHale in my ongoing role as the administrator for Linkages to Learning as well in HHS. And happy to be here to do so. I began working with Linkages to Learning about 20 years ago in the nonprofit sector. And that was about the time that Linkages kind of forged into the area of English literacy for parents and families. And through its community school partnership, that effort has just grown. As Linda said, Kathy Stevens couldn't be here today. The McHale staff are involved in the REI equity training, but I'm going to just highlight some of the items that Kathy provided in the briefing, in the written memo that she provided with the packet, and provide some local perspective on this important work, especially as Linkages has been a member and grantee of the coalition since it was conceived actually in 2006. So McHale linkages, of course, know that one of the key indicators of a child's success in school is their parents' literacy. And while McHale as a coalition is not able to fully track longitudinal data on what adult learners experience after taking classes in terms of improved socioeconomic status or long-term benefits to their children, we can highlight some of what the McHale providers do at this time. Many McHale programs offer childcare and education at the same time as the adult classes. There's a strong recognition in having that two-generation approach to the delivery of services. Linkages to Learning certainly always does that, and just for to give you a sense of the breadth of how we do that and where. I know the joint HHS and Education and Culture committees are going to hear more of an update on everything that Linkages does in terms of multi-generational community school programming on Friday. And you'll hear information then about improved data on socioeconomic status through that field. I'm going to focus, of course, on English literacy. So to give you a snapshot, in FY18, we had 18 schools that offered 31 unique English literacy programs. And in those sites, we serve close to 900 adult learners in schools with high ESOL rates. About 3/4 of those learners we would not have been able to serve without McHale's technical capacity building and financial support. This year, we've leveraged McHale's support to provide 48 full semesters of adult English literacy classes. And when I say full semesters, this is at least 4 hours a week of instruction per adult at 12 schools. Several McHale providers also have more formal partnerships and an organization around the two-generation approach. Examples include the Literacy Council of Montgomery County that has a partnership with MCPS Head Start. Community Ministries of Rockville provides tutoring for children at one school where adult classes are offered, and they're intentional about working with students that teachers have identified that are behind in their studies and literacy efforts. And with McHale's support in FY18, Linkages was able to pilot an early literacy program at Weller Road Elementary School. So while parents attend classes, children in grades kindergarten through third, actually pre-K through third, participate in literacy activities that mirror the themes of the adult classes. Children are given take-home materials to share with their families to extend learning at home, and adults are given that as a homework assignment from their adult English literacy classes. The idea there is by extending learning at home with their children, you're going to both, of course, enhance the student's literacy, the child's student's literacy, but also build the confidence of the parents. And then there's opportunities for direct interaction between the child classes and the adult classes. And one of the most exciting things to see is when one of the basic level or literacy level parents or adults comes in as a guest reader to the kids' classroom. You can imagine how kids feel when they see their parent coming in and reading a book to them in English for the first time. So we've been very happy with that pilot, and this year we expanded it to Georgian Forest Elementary School as well. You'll hear a little bit more about the outcomes on that in a second. But out of all of McHale's program grantees, and when I say program grantees, these are the larger providers that have established classes and target enrollments and a minimum of 100 hours of instruction a year. Anywhere from about 33 to 75% of the learners have young children. Of course, Linkages is on the high end of this, but this is kind of the spectrum. And grantees regularly share promising stories, success stories, and showcase significant achievements for parents and children. Again, while these are short-term outcomes, logic tells us that the long-term gains are also going to be realized for those parents and children. McHale does have providers conduct intakes with all learners to learn what their primary goals are for taking classes. And in Linkages to Learning, just to give you a snapshot for this fiscal year, the most common primary goal was to be able to attend community college or higher education. That's been a shift for us. In past years, the primary goals were more related to activities for daily living and for also being able to communicate with family and teachers. That is still a high percentage. We've got 32% now that are more interested in attending community college or higher education, but that's followed by about 29%, of our learners being able to function in general in daily living activities. 22% were interested in being able, as I said earlier, to communicate with children and family and teachers, but 13% are specifically there to find a job or get a better job. And the good news about just looking at what that intake profile looks like is that almost 90% of our learners reach their goals at the end of the year. To give a concrete example of, again, just anecdotal successes, several learners at Southlake Elementary School, which, by the way, is operated by our fabulous partner Family Services, who you're going to hear from in a second, said they received promotions because their English has improved. One mother in particular in a fast food establishment was recently promoted to store manager and credits the Linkages ESOL program for supporting with her in being able to communicate with customers and coworkers. We've heard those kinds of examples in the past. A current dipstick and kind of just asking this question resulted in us learning that 3 learners at Wheaton Woods Elementary School got jobs because they can now speak and understand English. The kind of negative fallout of that is that their jobs conflict with the classes, so they can't continue to work, be in our classes, but we're helping them link to other classes in the community, which is not that easy, but we're doing it. And then within the early literacy program that I referenced earlier that we piloted, we do have some promising data there. Besides having the majority of adult learners feeling confident enough to volunteer to read in their children's classes at school or in the program itself, a third of the children participating in the program were selected by their teachers for excellence in reading awards by their teachers during the day. So you see that dual benefit. We also had the program director for the early literacy program compare data between the adults who have kids in the early literacy program and the adults who are taking English classes and do not have kids in an early literacy program, and those for whom children are being served directly as opposed to just in childcare through a literacy activity. They read to their children in English twice as often as the other adults. And the children in the early literacy program are reading for fun in English, again, about twice as often as the others. I just want to throw in also a plug real quickly that, Linkages is recognized as a two-generation program outside of Montgomery County. Welcoming America just asked us to feature Linkages as a case study in a session titled Two-Generation Approaches Specifically for Immigrant Family Advancement at their national conference next month in May. And we're excited to partner with the Gilchrist Center in participating in that. And as a HHS administrator that sits within the Children, Youth, and Family Service area in HHS, I know you'll hear more about some other two-gen models in our service area on Friday, and of course with the Early Childhood Initiative and our Office of Eligibility and Support Services. But also our Community Action Agency has been working with the Maryland Community Action Partnership regarding next steps for the whole network. The network as a whole is planning to use about $950,000 across Maryland for two-generation work, and some initial thoughts for using about $50,000 of that here in Montgomery County are for training, for improvement of the Community Action Agency's service integration, reporting, and data collection, or for pilot initiatives looking at possibly the Test Center and Judy Center or Head Start. But as a representative and member of McHale, of course, I'll just say that McHale's work to bring more classes to parents is a key component in addressing two-gen poverty and the early education of our next generation of leaders. And of course, McHale is happy to continue to be part of these discussions and to improve its data collection in this regard.
Thank you so much for that presentation.
Okay, and Family Services, Ms. McLeaf and Ms. Meyer.
Hi, good afternoon. So first, in terms of family services, one of the things we wanted to look at with a lot of our programming, especially with the OLO report, we have 6 programs that are highlighted specifically. And of our 400 staff, they're from 52 countries, speaking 40 different languages. We knew right off the bat that that was how we needed to attack and serve those that are in our community. And listening to everybody else here, there's so many challenges, and we have tried to really be thoughtful about where we're serving. And most of those, especially with Linkages to Learning, that's a trusted space for the families that we're serving, as well as Meredith will give you an update. So I'm going to turn over to her to talk a little bit about the Family Discovery Center and Early Head Start.
Good afternoon. We have many programs, 30 programs at Family Services, but I'd like to talk to you about 2 of them that are in the early childhood area that are 2-generation programs. So the first one is the Family Discovery Center, and that's in Rockville, Maryland. And listening to our colleagues on the panel describe what a good 2-gen program is, you know, I'm very proud to say that we've got basically all of those things going for us at the Family Discovery Center. I think effective programs focus on a parent-child relationship and interaction and parenting strategies, provide strong case coordination so that families can identify and work on meeting their goals. When we're talking about a program for early childhood, the focus is always on school readiness. So in order to bring the whole family forward, we want, particularly when we're working with the children, to get to them to the point where they're school ready when they hit kindergarten, and that's a big challenge. And so in addition to sort of early learning things that families need to do, they also need to address nutrition, health care. They need to understand about immunizations, about all of the things that they're going to need to do with their child before they can enter kindergarten. A lot of the families that we work with are very isolated in the community, and so the programs that we have work with social group socialization programs and, you know, sort of a low level. It's not all-day childcare, but getting children comfortable and happy with being with other children, and then the basic school readiness skills. And in order to bring this all together, then we also are working with the parents. In the Family Discovery Center specifically, we have ESOL classes. We have intermediate and advanced ESOL classes. And our design in Rockville, at the center in Rockville, is to offer free ESOL classes at the same time that the adults are in class, then their child is in a child development program across the hall, and they're doing all of these school readiness items, and we're also working with the parents on their parenting strategies and so forth. We're working with families to talk to them about what school readiness really means and how they can be an advocate for their child's education moving forward. And then we have daily parent-child activities so that the parent and child are interacting and working together. Within the ESOL classes, we try to bring in all the life skill possibilities that we can. It's not just straight learning, but we also do career interest and assessment, help families, parents with their job applications, resumes, computer skills. But basically, you know, we're working with people who are just getting started. We used to have a GED program, and so after several years, sometimes of the ESOL, the parents would move into GED, but we lost funding for that. So I think anybody who's going on to GED is going into Montgomery College to work on that. The thing that I really like about the Family Discovery Center programming is that they have real-life field trips, which are really a hoot. They take the families to the bank, and everybody just lines up and practices making a deposit with a teller. They go to the post office. They go to the library. All kinds of things of this nature that are real life things. And then they do fun activities. They go to the zoo. They interface with all kinds of free programming in the community, because a lot of the young immigrant families that we have just have no idea how to get on the metro or use the bus system. And all of these things help broaden their life and their family's life. Most of our families are Spanish speaking, 82% in the most recent session, but 4% were Burmese, 4% spoke Farsi only, and 10% spoke Farsi and Dari. We've got good results. So in the most recent session, we had an 83 persistence rate among ESOL students. 84% of the students were passing or going to the next level of their CASAS scores, reaching their short-term goals within the family. 98% got library cards. And then 2 of the participants opened their own business. One is making cakes and one is doing a home daycare center. 7 others were employed. 1 became a U.S. citizen. And the children are moving forward in terms with get ready to read is the thing. And so 83% of our kids increased with our get ready to read. This is a program that we would love to be able to expand because we think it works. We think it works for families. This particular program is at the Lone Oak Center, which is an elementary school, and I know that you all have heard recently about the Safe Passage Center. So it's a good mix of programming because the Safe Passage Center, which is monitored exchange and supervised visitation, happens during the weekends and nights, and family discovery centers during the day. So the places happen basically all the time. And as we think about a model that could be expanded, as I know that we're looking for another site somewhere else in the county for the Safe Passage Center, I think that this is kind of a homegrown something that is unique to Montgomery County. I've never heard of another jurisdiction that has this kind of combination, but I just think it's kind of a clever use of space and resources. The other thing that we're interested in doing is expanding our classes, our language classes, so that we can have vocational ESOL. We have some people who are interested in developing that. The idea being that a lot of the parents that we work with are interested in perhaps being a teacher's aide in the classroom, and a lot of the language skills that they need to develop right from the get-go would be things that they could use in working in childcare, and that's another whole mix of things to do. So that's something that we're interested in doing. And I think that Montgomery County is just wonderful in terms of being able to embrace interesting ideas and working with the population that we have, which is so incredibly unique. The other program that I was asked to speak about is Early Head Start. So Early Head Start is like Head Start, only it is for families with children 0 to 3. Again, it's a 2-generation program that we have. It's federal, all federal money. At Family Services, we serve 124 families at one time. We have 80 families in home visiting. And each of those families has an individual home visitor who visits them once a week. And again, Early Head Start is all about school readiness. It's all about getting ready for education. And again, dealing with all of the things, health, nutrition, mental health, all of those issues, family isolation, and again, it's led by the family in terms of what are the special needs of the family. We use a Parents as Teachers curriculum, which is a certified curriculum for the home visiting. In addition, we have this Child Development Center in Gaithersburg, which serves 44 families. And since about 2000, Family Services has focused on the needs of parenting teens. At that particular time, there were just a pocket of teenage girls who were pregnant, and we just decided to take this on and try to help with their needs. So we've been doing that, and the program has grown and grown. It's a nice partnership with Early Head Start because the Early Head Start federal money pays for, the basic services, full-day child care, child development program, all of the support services that the families need. But we've, at Family Services, we have grown another program from that called Keys to Success, which is a program specifically for the teens. We have a coordinator, the girls come in Tuesdays and Thursdays after school. We have tutors who work with them. We have a summer program that talks to them about career development and all of it. So these are girls who, for the most part, are not native to the United States. Almost all of them speak Spanish. They're in some sort of ESOL class within the high school, but they're really struggling. And as I'm sure you know, 50% of students who become pregnant while they're in high school don't ever graduate from high school. And we've had 100% graduation since we've started this program at Keys to Success. So we're very proud of that.
Did you want to, I don't know if you had a couple other early Head Start things you wanted to touch on, and then I think it's probably question time.
Okay. We're not the only early Head Start program in the county, so we serve 124. Centronia has 25, and the Lurie Center just about 13, I think, right now. Mostly they're into Prince George's County at the same time.
Okay, I think that's good.
All right, well, thank you so much. Think that we have heard some really interesting research that in many ways does confirm a lot of the conversations that we've had and a lot of the deliberations that we continue to engage in. It's great to be able to see how a lot of the findings really do validate, I think, some of this thinking, because one of the things that we enjoy in Montgomery County, I think we're asset rich. But this issue of how we connect all of these programs and leverage them and bring them to scale has been the challenge, and having also worked in this area for a very long time, that continues to be sort of my main area of interest, is how do we capitalize on these extraordinary programs, but really start making some strategic decisions about funding and scalability, because while they're great, the number of families that we are that we need to address continues to grow, and it has such a direct impact on everything we do. As we were having even this morning conversations about sustainability of our budgets, et cetera. The bottom line is that if we keep investing in all of these smaller programs all over the place, not only are we not having the impact that we need to have, but then the resource issue really is one that we're going to have to face. And so that's why I think these kinds of conversations are so critical as we are seeking where to begin to expand. So thank you so much, all of you, for sharing all the work that you are engaged in and for giving us all of these very important information. I do have a number of lights. I'll start with Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you all for the research and the data from OLO on down. I know we've been here a while, and several colleagues have questions, so I'll cut mine in half, and so everyone for the budget, cut everything in half, okay, on reconciliation list. Just your things, not mine. Okay. Yeah, exactly. But trying, yeah. But thank you all for being here. Just one quick question on the OLO report, the African number for poverty. Why can't, that's not your data, but you weren't able to find out how many of the African population are in poverty? What's the story with that?
You know what? Because I did not write the report, I'm not sure what issue Natalia had, but I can talk to her about it and let you know.
Okay, yeah, just significant number. It seems like we should want to know that. And,
yep.
The child care, I want to, Gina, good to see you, and thank you for being here. You raised so many important things at this nexus of availability of child care and then people trying to get a job, and that struggle, that's just a struggle for so many families. I can remember I was fortunate when my single mom dragged me to work, it was welcome. And I was, the CEO of the company took an interest in me, and I was kind of like the office mascot. But that's not the case for so many people. And you said something that struck me. You said employers are struggling to figure how to handle this, how to excel the skills of their workforce and hire good people, but deal with the ramifications and the fact that we don't have a system of childcare that meets the needs. Is there anyone that's getting it right? Because I believe, as far as employers, are there any innovative programs? I worked at Discovery Communications. They had an embedded childcare center, but you still had to pay for it. And you had to be able to get a job there. So for low-wage workers, those types of things aren't possible. In your experience, is there any example or model where the employers themselves have stepped up or with support of government in a way to help address that?
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out your system here. I think the answer is, it's actually not my area of expertise, but we can get you more information. I think the short answer, though, is part of the challenge is I don't think employers necessarily understand that there's a variety of ways they can help. When you ask an employer, in my limited talking to employers, it's like they think you're talking about on-site childcare or fully subsidizing care. Right. Those are very expensive, and honestly, I'm not sure that on-site childcare is often the right answer. Right. It is, in some situations it is, but often a family may want, if it's overnight, they may want to have their kid near their house, or, it depends on if it's school age. It's a complex answer, so I think it needs to be, we need to understand that sometimes those are strategies, but sometimes it's, can you include that in your employee assistance program so that they're really somebody who can help their families figure out where a child care is, or connect them to resources, or help them understand whether or not there's a subsidy. But I think part of it is having it be part of the consciousness that there's a range of strategies that employers, that's helping families find care is not going to help pay for it, but helping them navigate to a subsidy, for example. So I think broadening the sense, because my sense is that sometimes employers go, "Ooh," it's hard, it's expensive, it's really, so if they think you're asking them to provide it, they're going to shut down. Right. But if we did a better job of helping them understand and linking employers to, for example, resource and referral agencies, some of those kinds of things, so that there was a connection there and employers weren't thinking we were trying to put it all in their laps, I think there could be some really interesting synergies.
Yeah, I think in so many instances we're strangling the innovation and economic activity that could come from so many people because we don't have these types of safety nets. And I agree with you, the public needs to step up and help with subsidies and have streamlined and a comprehensive system, and we're trying to do our part here with the Council President's leadership on early care and education. But child care is just so critical for so many people trying to work. And I think we're leaving money on the table, and we're leaving innovation on the table, and we're leaving tax base on the table because we don't provide some level of, we don't have a comprehensive system. And I agree with you, the public needs to step up, and we need to try to build that relationship, public-private, with the employers so that they can understand how they can help too. I agree. A lot of them just close their eyes and say, "Oh, that's scary, child care. Oh no!" And embedded in that, there's definitely discrimination too. If you see someone coming to an interview with 4 or 5 kids, you might hesitate, and we know studies show that happens. So, go ahead. And
just one other thing I was going to mention is I think the other challenge is to think about the demand issues in terms of scheduling. Those kind of things where you tell somebody the next day that their schedule has changed. So thinking a lot about scheduling practices and working with employers, because that's a very tricky issue too. I mean, understandably, that's, controlling scheduling is part of their business model, right? But thinking through how to help employers think about how they design and schedule work so that it isn't so challenging for families, I think is a conversation that's well worth having without kind of walking in and saying, "You're doing it all wrong." Thinking about a way of developing a kind of more synergistic common problem-solving approach could be very interesting.
I look forward to speaking with you more about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Wow, I'm going to try and be brief, but it's kind of like having all of this information that you've given us and then try and analyze it and process, so I apologize. Just very quickly, common threads that I see are education, access to jobs, and language acquisition that come throughout all of you and all of your testimony. But one of the things that I think that wasn't said strongly enough that I think is incredibly important, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is, and it dovetails into what Councilmember Tawanda was just talking about, shift work is oftentimes viewed as that's the necessity when it should be a choice. You have many families who have to take shift work because that's all that they can get, and it's not conducive to their family setup. And so if we actually had a system in which folks would choose shift work if that was conducive to their familial structure, if they didn't have to worry about childcare, if they didn't have to worry about those kinds of things, and it made it easy. Like my mother-in-law, who's now a nurse at Holy Cross and who works the evening graveyard hours. A lot of our African immigrant population that works there with her and work those hours, but her children are all grown. And so it's easy to do that. But if you have young children and you're going to be gone throughout the night and your shift is determined a week, 2 weeks out, and then, oh, by the way, when somebody else calls in sick, they're calling you to say, look, or you have to stay because somebody else didn't show up. Those are the kinds of impacts that are happening. And then it spins. And that's the thing that I think as a part of this 2-generational poverty piece that we need to understand, because then the mother or father is not there to help those children with homework when they originally were going to be scheduled to be there, and the impacts that it has on the interpersonal relationship between a parent and child in being able to ensure that their education is reinforced. So I want to stop there because that's a lot that's in there, and just have you just talk just very briefly about that, whoever wants to jump in.
I'll just say one thing. I think you laid a number of really important issues. One of the things I think we have to remember is stability for a child is the most core thing for successful development. And for adults, we now know a lot more about when you look at when people are under stress of scarcity, their brains simply don't function as well. So figuring out a way of stabilizing families, I say stability is essential for mobility. You cannot move up if you're not. And for children, it's the same thing. Children can't learn if they don't know whether mom's going to be home that night, whether who's going to be taking care of them, which house they're going to be sleeping in. It is absolutely essential, and every system has to be doing work. We've done a lot of work in that space. I'd be happy to talk more about that another time. But I think what you're talking about in part is a choice, and in part of its employment practices. It goes back to that, of how employers function. But also I think it's what are we putting, kind of lifestyle are we creating for the ability to parent well and the ability to grow up well when we create this kind of unstable situation.
And that's the reason why I think the linkages to learning model is so great. And I'm happy to see that nationally it's being recognized because, you know, we heard Councilmember Reamer, Councilmember Albornoz, and myself were at South Lake and talking to parents. These are immigrants who have come here and who are engaged and involved in defying the stereotype that, oh, well, because you're an immigrant and because you don't have a full mastery of the English language, that you don't care about your children's education. In fact, it's quite the contrary. We heard them be very vocal about what they'd like to see happening at their school and what programs they'd like to see for their children and how it's going to make a difference. And so that just shows that when people know and are aware of what it is that they can do, what they're entitled to do as being a constituent of this great county, but also having the mastery of some of the language to be able to navigate what can happen. And so my only thought is to, you know, and I think we've already done a great job of it in Health and Human Services by increasing McHale's budget, understanding that that's tantamount, but I think that we still have more work to do when it comes to the Education Committee and when it comes to linkages to learning and doing things there, because understanding these types of programs that empower our parents is what is contributing to breaking those chains of that 2-generational poverty. When you have parents that are now engaged and involved and who understand the role that they can play in their children's education, it seems to me that that is the big, you know, barrier breaker when it comes to really getting folks involved. And I'm just curious, have we seen, I know that we here are kind of land breaking, but have we seen other places to where we've seen this kind of mobilization of our first time, you know, immigrant families who, once they have a program, have seen that sort of result and really seen the results of this breaking the chains of 2-generational poverty? Have we seen that anywhere in the United States?
Well, I would have to say, as a New Yorker, that a lot of the settlement house model that's been there for about 120 years in New York, and a lot of the immigrant gateway cities, you know, I think they're sort of where the original 2-gen insights came from, that you needed to work with parents and children, and so they do tend to be wraparound service providers, you know, both in New York, Illinois, and in Washington State, actually, that there are some the settlement house movement included some unusual places. I'll just put it that way, and so a lot of folks go back to those kinds of places to look at the sort of programming that they're doing. And there are some anomalies, because if you look at it simply as race-based data, you might not be picking up who are the immigrants in that, and also in adult ed programming. Only now are programs supposed to report the underlying level of education of the person who's in an English language learning program, because it's a huge difference if you're somebody who had like 12 years of formal education versus 8 versus 4, or if you have a PhD. Like, you could be a PhD in the same classroom as someone who has 2 years of formal education, and you're still in the same level of English class. So I think there's some tricky stuff with the data to try and really zero in on who's like your population, to be figuring those things out. But so, I would say that there are certainly models and history out there. I think it's what's unique here is that because you're working so close to the ground, that you really are able to have extremely well-tailored programs, I would say, in many regards. The only thing I might add to this conversation about childcare is keep in mind that part of the 2-gen challenge is how to move down into the 0 to 3 space, and that many programs that have been doing family literacy exist more in elementary schools, and that the word gap has emerged at 9 months, 18 months. It's there. And then I would just also challenge your thinking that there are lots of innovative places that are saying, we care about brain circuitry in that child, so we don't care so much or even want the parent to be speaking in halting English to that child. We want them to speak in the richest language they can possibly speak in. We want them to feel confident with all of the parenting skills, and that's the whole different perspective that early childhood educators would bring to the adult ed field. Adult ed is who can do it and often does it, but it's not really something you get credit for, actually, right, under the system. But that I would say, just think that these are immigrant mothers are much more likely to not be in the workforce and to be home with their children and with their young children, and they are much more likely to be low educated. So lots of public policy indicators keep pointing at that population, and if they're not seeing themselves as being on this trajectory, how do you get them into a friendly 120-hour type program that gets them things that they need? It's all about telling them you're going to help them with their kids' success, and not that come here and we're going to test you in English and test you again and that sort of thing.
Yeah, if I can just add some commentary. Councilmember Bryce, I just think you hit the nail on the head around the empowerment and advocacy piece, and I feel like that is the key to a sustainability strategy for anything we choose to invest in or restructure or do more of, because when, knowledge is power, of course, and it's more than that, especially amongst our immigrant communities, because when they feel they found a home and they found a network and they found a community that they can not only rely on but grow themselves, that's when the magical things happen. So our schools that have been very intentional and focused on that being integrated into the English language learning or into whatever else is happening are the ones where the parents have become not just ambassadors, but amplifiers of the work. And that's where we maximize not just community impact, but growth. And so whether it's, ensuring that the psychoeducation is there around family stability being core, and more important really than English language acquisition, as well as, exposure to, the language that you know the best as much as possible, and early, all those early childhood development, pieces. That's all part of also what we try to get at and do, and also why parents have come back to us and over the years expressed a very strong desire to, as Mary was mentioning earlier with dual language learning, to improve their own native language literacy and to improve dual language opportunities for their whole families.
If I could just say, and one of the things that the council president always reminds me of is that
just because you're speaking another language doesn't mean that you're literate in that language. And we can't always just assume because a person speaks another language that they're truly literate in that. And so that speaks to, it's not just about the language acquisition, it's about mastery of whatever it is to be able to communicate and then translate that into what you need to assimilate yourself to be able to get things done. So thank you very much, Madam President.
Yeah, I think to me, as I'm listening to this conversation, the issue of culturally competent and proficient staff is so important because, oftentimes I would have these conversations about this best kept secret among the immigrant community which is this notion that somehow immigrants are very shy or don't know how to advocate or, don't care about education and all that kind of thing. And it used to make me laugh because I knew that it was just not the case at all. And as we, would then have conversations about how actually being an immigrant by definition means that you're extremely resilient because you have had to conquer so many strange and different environments. And then when you add to that low levels of education, think about that. And then when you add to that being illiterate in your own language, think what that really means for a parent, right? And so it used to make me laugh a lot when I was running Centro Familia and we would do these workshops. And we would say, let's practice going to the county council perhaps to do some testimony. And then we had to literally say, okay, that's good, because everybody would just get going. So it's really amazing, but there is so much, there's this feeling of intimidation, right? Do I speak English properly enough? If I'm not well educated, do I have something to contribute? So important, that notion that it is not about speaking in broken English that's going to help your baby, eventually acquire proficiency in English, because it is about brain development. It is about reinforcing that language-rich environment that then will allow that child to enter kindergarten and quickly be able to incorporate and develop, and conquer the English proficiency. And that's why we've been pushing this dual language approach so that language is an asset and it's not seen as some deficit. And then, the children get tracked. It's why with this early care and education strategy, we're looking at that 0 to 5, really important space. But it is also empowering these parents and saying it's okay, if you want to sing Los Pollitos Dicen Pío Pío Pío, that's good, If you want to, that's okay. You don't have to have a bachelor or a master's degree in early care and education or early childhood education in order to help your child. But it's hard to get to that place unless a lot of these programs have staff that reflect those communities so that people feel like, hey, maybe I could ask you this question. So it is a very important component because sometimes we throw these concepts of, proficiency and staff that reflects the community and people get a little strange and weirded out about that. But there is this benefit that comes to that when it relates to outcomes that I find so fascinating in all this work. So anyway, obviously I can go on this forever and ever. So, Councilmember Albornoz.
Okay, so we're up on time, so I can do this in 5 minutes or less. But panels like this and moments like this are why I love my new job and feel like I'm where I'm supposed to be. This is really exciting because I had a flashback to a Starbucks meeting with then Board of Education member Nancy Navarro when I was trying to open up the Maryland Multicultural Youth Center offices, going after WIOA grant here in Montgomery County, talking about system building. And this was 16 years ago. So, and here we are. We have added so many impressive elements and programs and initiatives, but as we heard and as we know, they're not perfectly aligned. And while there's a lot of evidence of best practices that I'm particularly proud of here in the county, it is going to have to be that system building approach for us to fully address the needs and the unique needs of our immigrant communities. And we've done this successfully in other areas with food security, with homelessness, with addressing senior issues. And so later this year, I will be working with my colleagues on this council and the county executive to launch an initiative that's comprehensive and follows what other jurisdictions have done so well for so long, like New York, like Los Angeles, like Miami, so that we have truly a system approach to addressing these myriad of issues moving forward. But I do want to stress that we live in very difficult times because there are additional layers of complexity here that we just can't ignore. The immigration status of parents when children are documented but parents are not, one or both, adds a complexity. The rhetoric that we're hearing and the nastiness and toxicity that's coming out of this White House, which is really having an impact on the social and emotional aspects of our immigrant families and sending a horrible message around the world. And so more than ever, we're going to have to come together to address these very issues. I just have two final comments. I see my good friend Dr. Joanne Barnes in the audience. She and I attended a meeting recently about an initiative that I'm actually pretty excited about. It's called the Family Independence Initiative. It's a nonprofit that has chapters in Austin, San Diego, LA, Boston, New York. And to summarize very quickly, it's an intriguing model. The model is based on the family resiliency and how immigrant communities for generations have collaborated and come together organically to support each other. I can think of my grandfather when he first came to the United States in 1964. He chose DC because he had a cousin who lived here. And he came with very little means, very little in his bank account, but it was that cousin that connected him to jobs, that told him where to go, that helped him navigate the system. And we're not reaching out in the same ways we have in the past because we've had such a large influx so quickly of so many different families. And so the Family Independence Initiative very intentionally provides $3,600 for a family to establish a bank account, and there are benchmarks that they have to achieve and a social network that is very deliberately established with as many as 5 to 10 families in that network, all also receiving $3,600, but communicating and sharing information. So we have 2 private investors here in Montgomery County through the Montgomery County Community Foundation who are interested in this model here in Montgomery County and interested in making a 7-figure investment in this model here in Montgomery County. And so this is sort of hot off the presses, and so once we get a little bit more information, I'm going to share this with my colleagues, but I think this, among some of the strategies we discussed this morning, could play an important role in really lifting all boats, and something I'm pretty fired up about, and I think is going to move the needle. So that's all I got for now, and that's all we have for now, because we've got about 10 minutes left, but I think there's one more light or two. But I want to thank you all for your work and your diligence, and I look forward to working with all of you in the future. Muchas gracias.
That's it. That was the announcement. And that Starbucks was at Pike and Rose, which Councilmember Friedson would appreciate if he was here. Councilmember Reamer, if he was here, yeah.
Well, there's so much to say. Thank you for this briefing. Lots of ground covered. We do have a lot of services in place that build towards a comprehensive model. I think we ought to focus on adding to that this year if we can. You know, I was glad Councilmember Rice mentioned the South Lake Elementary visit that we had, because it was powerful to sit next to the parents there. And I know that the parents' engagement there is carefully nurtured and organized by a nonprofit organization that has support to do that. So, you know, it wouldn't exist without the county's backing, but the social capital for the families is what leads to really unforeseeable benefits in areas of job training or job access or educational opportunity. So the progress we're making, expanding Head Start, making it full day, you know, enabling people to hold better jobs, to hold jobs at all in some cases. We need to do more with after-school programming, I think, and continue to back parent engagement. And thank you for this terrific presentation. Appreciate your great work.
Hey, Councilwoman Rice.
Just very quickly, I apologize, I left one thing out. Throughout the presentation, we also heard a lot about Montgomery College. And so I do want to acknowledge the great work that they have been doing and continuing to focus on the workforce empowerment piece, because we talked about GED acquisition, about workforce development. That's a key component. It's one of the reasons why, folks always question and ask, why is the council so passionate about Montgomery College? Well, they play a key and integral role when it comes to this piece of breaking that two-generational poverty. I know I've seen it with my mother-in-law, who I keep talking about, and she's always like, Craig, why do you keep talking about me? But I mean, it's one that says something. I'm a single mother who raised 3 children, who was, a nurse who was going to be phased out, and she was an LPN, and so had to, step up and get the education, or else she would be out of a job. And that's the reality that a lot of folks face. And it's not just our immigrant population, but especially with our immigrant population, it's a sizable portion of our healthcare workforce. But, last year, I think we increased the My Best. It was Councilmember Berliner and myself who came up with that idea to increase the amount of money for the My Best scholarship program. And so that increased, and I think now they're going to expand from 2 different specialties to like 6 different specialties, I think. I see Susan nodding her head, so that's right. These are the kinds of things that we have to continue to do, that we have done as a council. And so again, while I'm anxious to see how much more we can do, and that's why your testimony and the things that you've given us are so important, I think that we've laid a good groundwork for what it is that we need to continue to do here and build upon that with some of the recommendations that you guys have made. So I really want to thank you for helping to take us, which I know will be, to the next level, even greater.
Well, Ms. Gina Adams of the Urban Institute, Margie McHugh from Migration Policy Institute, Monica Martin, who's here wearing several hats, HHS Link Just to Learning, Kelly McLeaf, and Meredith Myers from Family Services. Really, thank you so much for this extraordinary, afternoon. We're going to take all of this, we're going to digest it all, and I know as we work through our budget, we're going to keep this in the back of our minds as we make some really important decisions. Natalia Carrizosa, thank you. Olo, always great. And Ms. Linda McMillan, who always keeps us in line with a lot of these issues. We will follow her advice on a lot of this, but I think this has been a really important report for us to have. So thank you so much for taking the time to spend with us this afternoon. And we do have a committee that we need to now attend to, and that will be the GO and Fed committee meeting right next door. We start at 4 p.m. Thank you so much.